Oh, we got your talking about. Please can you change the channel?
Not getting anything from you guys.
You're not getting anything from us. So kanjani bafo ngoba la iveza ulento le uchannel 62. Oh, okay, let me check la. Keep a look, man.
Ungena lapha kulokhu
Cala uphinde. Keep it la.
Time for the toss. Let me introduce our match referee, Mr. Gerry Pienaar. The home captain for the Moothee Tuskers is Mikey Erlank, and he will toss the coin for the away captain, Matt de Villiers of the Warriors.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads it is.
We'll have a ball.
It's a head.
Okay.
Let's have a quick chat. Mikey, you're going to have a bowl first. Any reason for that?
Well, we thought there was going to be a bit of weather around, so that played a part, but it seems to have cleared up nicely. So just trying to make use of if there's any swing available this now.
You're kind of at the last chance saloon. Got to win this game, eh?
Yeah, well, that's what I said in the previous game, but yeah, I think now is just to sort of give it our best shot and really see if we can string some good cricket together.
Disappointing on Thursday. Any changes to the side?
Yes, we got 3 changes. So Chad Laycock comes in, Bams Nene, and there's one more. There's one more. I'm not too sure.
We'll get that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Off you go. Let's bring in Matthew. Matthew, you're going to have to bat first in heavy overcast conditions. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we're probably going to have a bowl first, just because we don't really know what the weather's going to do, as well as we don't really know what the pitch is going to do either. So probably batting first would have been the best player. But look, either way we've got to put our heart and all into it. So yeah.
It's been a good season for you.
Yeah, it's been right. I mean, the boys have been very good. You know, we've played our roles pretty well. So that's the main thing. You know, doing what's best for the team, and hopefully the outcome is good.
Changes in your side?
Yes, Matthew Britzka comes in, and fortunately Sean Thanks very much. Thanks.
Go. There's the news then. The Moothee Tuskers have won the toss and they are going to have a bowl.
Dafabet Warriors are cracking one tough game.
Hello and welcome to the Pietermaritzburg Oval, and it's time for this CSA T20 game. The Tuskers have won the toss. They've chosen to bowl first, and this is Sean Whitehead bowling from the doozy end, his preferred end in this form of the game. He opened the bowling on Thursday. Disappointing performance by the Tuskers then, and this is very much the last chance saloon for them. They have to beat the Dafabet Warriors today, and there's the first run of the match. Ball hit straight down the ground. The Dafabet Warriors leaving out Matthew Boast today, which will be disappointing for him, back in the city where he went to primary school at Cornwallis, and just up the hill, of course, Hilton College, where he finished. And I'll go through the Warriors side for you. Matthew Britzka is back from international duty, and he will not only be batting high up, but he'll also be keeping wicket. So third ball of the over coming up. This is Moothee Leteko on strike, and the one single that we've had so far from Mohammed Manek. Alongside me is Diza Zuma. Welcome. A man who tells me that he's played many times on this field but never commentated here.
Never commentated here, Andy. It's quite a beautiful view here from the top. But it's good to be here, an afternoon perfectly set for a beautiful game of cricket.
I'll tell you a story about the view. Yeah. So last year when the Tuskers won 3 trophies here, Malcolm Nofal got injured and he had to join me. He got the short straw, he had to join me in commentary. And he was sitting here watching the game, talking about it and saying, hey, you can see a lot more from here, can't you? That's a good shot, straight down the ground. That'll be the first boundary. Beautifully struck by Manek.
It's a beautiful strike by Manek. You can see that in his early up front, he's been trying to give himself a little bit of room to access the offside. It was well bowled by Sean Whitehead, tried to follow him, but Manek had an answer to the adjustment of Sean Whitehead and hitting him straight down the ground for 4. It's a cracking cricket shot.
So that is the end of the first over. It's a good one for the Dafabet Warriors. 6 without loss. They were put into bat by the Tuskers. And I'll just go down their batting order for you. Moothee Leteko and Mohammed Manek are at the crease at the moment. Matthew de Villiers, the captain, will come in first drop, with Matthew Britzka in at number 4. JP King bats 5, Patrick Crease 6, Thomas Carber 7, CJ King 8, Apiwe Amyanda will bat 9, Wesley Bedger 10, and Kerwin Mungrew 11. Tuskers have made a couple of changes from the team that was defeated by World Sports Betting Western Province on Thursday. Tabiso Ndlelo, who made his debut in that game, has been left out, and he's replaced by Bamanya Kenke, for this game. Chad Laycock comes in, and a very good man to have in the side. Chad Laycock, just 22 years old. He's a unit. That's what the girls tell me. He's a unit. Here's Hardisvillion bowling the second over of the innings. He got a bit of shape on Thursday, and I would expect him to do so again in these clammy overhead conditions as he comes in from the college end.
Absolutely wonderful to see players like Hardisvillion in the streets of Maritzburg applying their trade. He's added a lot of value, particularly in the 4-day series as well, together with Darren Dupavlon. I'm sure a lot of seamers in the team will look to pick his brain, learn a lot. As a well-experienced campaigner with really good numbers, as we just saw now on screen. Bustles and hits the deck generates a lot of pace on the ball, and this will be a very big over for him here.
He's got a slip in place and a gully, and hits the deck hard. Well, you were with me at Kingsmead when Hardis bowled magnificently in that 4-day game against the Dolphins, game that ended in a draw in the end, but Tuskers had good chances to win it. And I think on the last day, Hardis bowled about 25 overs.
That's a big shift for a big man. Just proves to show, even at his age, still strong, the body still feels fresh.
That'll be a couple. Long chase. Oh, and they're going to try for 3 here, and that's very well run. Wayne Parnell was the man chasing it, and it looked like he was wading through treacle at one stage.
Just looking at the field that Hardisvillion has, he's got a deep square and a deep point, which means that his lines really need to be really, really good, particularly with the pace that he bowls. Can't afford to give any room here, otherwise it could be glided for 4.
Oh dear, that's a wide, almost didn't hit the cut bit, and Tando Zuma did very well to get a glove on that. As we saw on Thursday, Cameron Shackleton, who's been wicketkeeper for the Tuskers most of the season, is in the outfield, and Zuma is taking the gloves. Very capable keeper, and a local boy coming through the Sweetwaters hub. There's the edge, and one bounce to the man at gully. That's a hostile delivery, that, from Hardisvillion.
That's really well bowled by Hardis. Hard length, difficult to hit. He'll be very intentional with how he finishes off this over. He'll want to finish it off well, sets it up nicely for the bowler that's going to bowl the next over. Nice and straight, top of the bells type of length is what he'll want to bowl.
Oh, beautifully bowled. He's looking for the Yorker, and the batter did not know anything about that.
Wonderful delivery by Hardis. Never a bad option to go for the toes, is it?
In the air and safe, and that'll be one bounce down to the man backward of square. So a good hostile over that from Hardisvillion, and at the end of it, 12 without loss, 2 gone. And again, as has become tradition, Sean Whitehead only bowling 1 over. And then he's replaced, and here comes Bamanya Kenke, man from East London, who's been around. I'm sure you know him well.
I do know Bamanya. Did apply his trade in the Eastern Cape first, and then he moved over to the Northwest Dragons. And now he finds himself here with the Tuskers. Looking forward to seeing Bamanya bowl. He's got a really good relationship with the stumps. skiddy type of
I love
character.
that. He's got a relationship with the stumps. They going out regularly, are they?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You miss a hit type of bowler. Really smart as well in the way that he goes about his trade. So looking forward to the spell that he's going to dish up here for inland.
Starts with a wide down the leg side. Good carry. And as we saw with Hardisvillian, both third man and fine leg inside the circle. We've also got a slip.
Wonderful to see that there's a slip. I saw when Hardis finished off his over, there was no slip in place. It means that Bamanye is thinking nice and positively, trying to get a wicket. As we know, wickets in the power play, golden.
Oh, he's beaten the outside edge, and that's a snorter. Well bowled.
That is a beautiful delivery. Great energy on the ball. Hint of a way shape. Good carry on to Zuma, the keeper. Tend to be a lot of Zumas flying around in Maritzburg, Andy.
You're a very big clan, I know that. From Mpendlay in the north to Vryheid, all the way down to Richards Bay and Shishlui. You'll find Zumas wherever you go. In the air and safe, and that'll be 4.
That's the advantage of going really, really hard at the ball. If you do find an edge, it tends to be a nice thick edge and goes over short third man for 4 runs. Bamanye will be a little bit disappointed with the line there. His previous ball was an absolute beauty. That time around just offered a little bit too much room, which is a dangerous, dangerous ball to bowl, particularly with your third man up. He'll want to fix his line with this ball and be a lot closer to that off stump.
Well, how about that? It's gone straight up in the air, should be out, yes, taken. And you have to wonder why he played that shot. I mean, yes, third man and fine leg are both up in the circle. Only needed to get enough on it for the boundary, but instead it's gone straight up in the air. And the Tuskers celebrate. It's 17 for 1.
Yeah, Litego will be really disappointed with that. Yes, it's a T20. Yes, third man and fine leg are up. But you tend to have a little bit more time than you think in this game. Could have been a little bit more patient. Wait for the bad ball. There was a good ball by Bamanye Ngcengce.
So it's 17 for 1. We're halfway through the third over. And a very important early breakthrough for the Moothee Tuskers. They had a bad day at the office on Thursday. And with just this game and one more next Saturday to come, if they're going to make it into the knockout section of this tournament, they have to win today. Early weather forecast was very poor for this afternoon, but I'm happy to say that the clouds seem pretty high. And right now, I can't see a reason why we won't finish this.
No, absolutely, Andy. Hopefully it stays out the way, the rain, in Maritzburg, so we can finish this cricket game. A little bit earlier, I spoke about the value of having Hardis. I just saw that Hardis and Wayne Parnell were having a chat with Bamanye Ngcengce. Experienced heads trying to find a solution.
Matthew Britzka is away. Comes back quickly for the second run. That's very well run. Beg your pardon, Matthew de Villiers is the new man. Ooh, and that one slides past the whirling blade. Well, that's an eventful over. And there's one to come because of the leg side wide. Man with his hands on the ball at the moment is Wayne Parnell, and he tells me he's going to bowl today. Didn't bowl on Thursday.
He will certainly add a lot of value if he gets the ball in his hand. he has a lot of value for any team that he plays for in Parnell. Going to need to finish off strong here by Manye.
Good shot for one. And De Villiers will steal the strike. So 3 overs gone, and it is 20 for one. So a wicket falling in that over, but they scored 8 runs off it, so they won't feel too bad. Just to put you in position with the way that the log table looks at the moment, the Titans winning against the Dragons last night. That was a very important win for them, and that's put them above the Dragons, who stay on 6 points. Titans go to 8, and then at the moment, KZN Inland, the Moothee Tuskers, are 1 off the bottom. The Lions are below them. In the air and safe, and that'll be 1. And the Warriors, for their part, have had a good season. They've played 5 before today, with 3 wins, a defeat, and a rain out. So they're sitting pretty on 16 points, 1 behind Boeland, who have a game in hand. Boeland are undefeated, 4 from 4. And Western Province have climbed up the table after winning here on Thursday.
Slight change in field when it comes to hardest here, and the SC's introduced them at wicket. I really love that option. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to get off strike for Manak, who's on strike right now. For him to try get something out of it, he might need to take a little bit of a risk, which introduces the chances of a wicket. With no mid-wicket, it just becomes slightly easier to rotate strike.
Oh, a little bit of an inside edge on that one, hence the strangled shout for LBW. Yep, confirmation from our umpire that that was a run, not an extra. So I mentioned that the Moothee Tuskers were disappointing on Thursday, and they ended up 107 all out, and Western Province chased those down with 4.5 overs to spare. So conditions are fairly similar today. Perhaps a little bit more help for the bowlers from the overhead conditions, but I would think base camp, Deezer, will be 150 here.
I think 150 will be a good score if the Warriors get there, Andy. Particularly in Maritzburg. It's always a little bit more difficult to bat in that second innings. So if you do get 150 plus on this wicket, you should be backing your bowlers to defend it.
I like that length, just back of a length, not allowing the batsman to go fully through with the drive. I've been very impressed with Hardisvillian this season. His first season with the Moothee Tuskers, and as you mentioned, he's a senior player, 36 years old, and you can just see the wisdom dripping out of him and how he adds that to the side. Full toss, and that is 4. Good shot from Manak.
The Moothee Tuskers have been a little bit guilty of offering too much room from time to time. If you look at the boundaries that the Warriors are scoring, it's square of the wicket on the offside mostly. They'll certainly want to be wanting to tighten up their lines and bowl nice and straight and try be hit off their correct lines and lengths.
7 off the over, 27 for 1. Having been put into bat, Genke is going to continue from the doozy end.
Just going back to Hardis and being an experienced campaigner, Andy, at times it doesn't take such players to even say a word in the change room. Their presence alone is enough, purely because of the players being aware of what they've done in the game, where they've been, the teams they've represented. So to have a player like him also be vocal, also walk around with a certain amount of aura, really helpful.
That'll be a wide. That's how he started his first over. That changing room presence. I did a biography of Beast Umtawarira a few years ago, and I spoke to a number of players who'd shared a Springbok and a Sharks jersey with him. And Keegan Daniels said to me, when you walk into the dressing room and you see the number 1 jersey hanging on the wall, and you see this massive man sat under it, you think, he's on my side.
Gladly so.
Nice bit of shape there. It's well played by de Villiers.
Bamanye is getting a bit of shape on the ball. He'll be wanting to utilize it as best as possible by bowling a slightly fuller length, making sure that you're giving the ball enough time to shape in the air. He'll want to limit the amount of extras that he's bowling and the amount of room that he's giving from time to time, and really make use of the swing in the air. As we know, Andy, the swing doesn't last for the whole innings. So when it's there, you want to be using it and maximize it. Top of the bales type of length, off fourth stump.
Still got a slip in place for Bamanya. Big shout for LBW. Imploring shout. He's probably saying to himself, well, the batsman's moved across. So although it might have hit him suspiciously close to leg stump, he's going the right way for me. But the umpire is not going to buckle to that.
Yeah, despite the batsman moving across, it did certainly look like maybe it's just sliding down as we look at the replay over there. Oh, closer than we think, Andy.
Yeah, you can tell when somebody shouts and shouts and shouts. It's no, I know why you're not going to give that, and I'm telling you, it's out. Oh, that'll be a wide. Oh, not given. Oh, so it must have been just inside that blue line that they now use.
I wonder if Babanye has fallen in the trap of seeing the slight bit of shape that he's getting and falling guilty of starting the ball a little bit too straight. And as soon as you do that as a fast bowler, the ball just stops shaping, holds its line and goes down the leg side.
Yeah, you're always trying to bowl the perfect ball, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As soon as you start trying to bowl the Jaffa, that's when things go wrong. Keep it nice and simple and let the ball do the talking.
He's just moving Chad Laycock back onto the edge of the circle on the offside. So everybody's saving one properly now. Nobody catching. And that was inside the guideline, so not given as a wide. There's a long, hard stare from the batter.
We would need a second look at that, Andy. It looked a bit wide from our angle. But I also thought the previous one was going down, and when I looked at the replay, it looked very close.
That's right. Umpire is always in the best position, remember that. Oh, good shot. That's 4. Good attempt from Chad Laycock. Got a little bit of a left hand on it, but that was really well timed. Good shot.
That's a really beautiful, beautiful cover drive there by de Villiers. Played the ball nice and late. Hit it on the ground the whole way through. What a wonderful example of hitting the ball nice and late, waiting for it to come to you other than you chasing the ball. Beating extra cover to his left. Beautiful cricket shot.
Swinging half volley. Oh, that might be 4 more. Hardisfield is off after it, but the ball is gaining speed across this outfield. Yeah, good shot. That's the end of the 5th over. It's a good one for the Dafabet Warriors with back-to-back boundaries at the end of it. And they are now 34 for 1. 34 for 1 from 4 overs, 38 for 1 from 4 overs. Manek on 13, de Villiers on 14. I'm going to step out, and Ben Jarvis will be coming in to join Diza Zuma.
Thank you very much, Andy. Looking forward to this game. It's been a decent start from the Warriors. Zuma, nice to be commentating with you today. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Nice to have you in the commentary. As Sean Whitehead comes back into the attack. Had the privilege of playing with Sean in the Free State while he was starting off his trade. Really, really good to see what he's made out of his career as he comes back for his second spell here for the Moothee Ram Tuskers.
That's a lovely cricket shot from Manak. Gave himself a little bit of room on the leg side and just slashed it through the cover.
Yeah, we saw Manak even from the first over when Sean was bowling to him. He was really going towards giving himself room. He's sticking with the same sort of strategy, even though it's outside of the power play. Well, last over of the power play, excuse me, and he smashed it straight to the covers for 4.
That was close. I reckon it's worth another look.
That's a really good shout there for Sean Whitehead. Manak trying to go the other way this time around, moving along in the crease, and the umpire thought not adjacent.
Probably impact outside off there.
This time around has come down the wicket. Hit Sean Whitehead straight over extra cover. 2 bounces for 4. Manak certainly showing dominance here in this over so far.
And it's good cricket, Zuma. I mean, he knows the ball is turning away from him, so he's giving himself room and playing with the spin.
This is a wonderful display of batting here from Manak. Really proactive batting. When a batter moves so much in the crease, it's really hard to settle into a line and a length. As a bowler, will be interesting how he's going to be finishing off this over. He's taken all the shots out here today.
Yeah, I think Zuma, he's realized there's one more over of the power play, so he's trying to take full advantage of the 2 fielders back before Tuskers are allowed more fielders on the boundary. It's good thinking by Manak. He's thinking ahead of the game.
That's well ball from Sean Whitehead. Slightly slow in the air, slightly straighter. Gets a dot ball in the last over of the power play. Golden.
That's really good running from Warriors. Manak was quick to realize there was a single there and he went straight away.
48 for 1 after 6 to end off the power play. That's a really strong power play by the Dafabet Warriors. Generally, even on good wickets, if you're getting 45 for 1 down in the power play, it's a very good start. Even better start than if you consider the conditions that are on display here in Maritzburg. Really, really good stuff by the Dafabet Warriors.
I must say, Zuma, I'm really looking forward to seeing De Villiers bat more. He's been incredible this tournament. If I'm correct, I think he's the leading run scorer at this CSA T20 challenge so far, and he's been whacking them to all parts.
Marcel Piet comes into the attack. Another clever bowler who has a lot of variations in his arsenal. He'll be looking to use them now that the power play is over. Try restrict as many runs as possible and ideally strike for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. There's no better way to slow down the run rate than getting a wicket.
I don't know if you saw Zuma's first over in the last game they played. Got a bit of shape away from the right-hander there.
That's really, really unfortunate for the bowler. You'll feel hard done by there. It was a really, really good ball. Inside edge from De Villiers. Trickles its way to 4. the exact ball that Marcelo Piet would have wanted to bowl. And was on the other side of luck on that occasion. Well bowled, and De Villiers will certainly take that as well.
I was going to say it's a better start than he had last week on Thursday, sorry. Valentine Katima hit him for 20 off 1 over. So this is already a better start. I mean, he's getting the ball to shape away on a good length.
Really, really good for Marcelo Piet. A little bit earlier I spoke about Pamanya Ngqengqe having a good relationship with the stumps. It tends to happen as well with bowlers that come from the SWD area. We can think of someone like a Glenton Steerman, who's very similar. You can think of someone like a Othniel Batman, and as well as Marcel Piet, who's on display here today. Oh, that's an incredible cricket shot by Manak. Absolutely stand and deliver over extra cover. The ball was there to be hit, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Manak was equal to the task. Exquisite cricket shot straight off the middle of the bat.
Seems to be his method today. He's definitely deliberately giving himself room to hit over the offside. It must be a strength of his. And Marcelo Piet is getting the ball to shape away, so it's a good option.
They're going to be looking for 2, and they decide against it. Really, really good fielding there, third man, to stop the 2. When you are bowling, you certainly want your fielders to be backing you up, particularly if you haven't started well. So Marcelo Piet will definitely appreciate that bit of effort. The Tuskers just tend to be making the mistake of giving a little bit too much room. A lot of the boundaries have been on the offside.
That's a lovely looking cover drive for no run. I heard Andy talking earlier, Zuma, about Wayne Parnell, the fact that he's probably going to get a bowl today. We can see him actually warming up at mid-off, which is quite exciting for everyone on the ground to see a season campaigner potentially going to bowl in the next few overs.
Absolutely beautiful, Ben. That's an incredible cricket shot for 1, well stopped by the experienced campaigner Wayne Parnell, which brings us to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 59 for 1. I say it's beautiful, Ben, because the Moothee Ram Tuskers are the only professional sports team left in Maritzburg that are playing at the highest domestic level. So they're representing the city of Pietermaritzburg really well. So to have players like Wayne Parnell, Hardis Viljoen, Darren Pavlon representing the team, we're really hoping for more bums on seats because of the caliber of players that we have. So it's really beautiful to see such players at the Pietermaritzburg Oval.
And just as we were speaking about Wayne Parnell, he is in fact going to bowl the next over, which is quite exciting. I must say, Zuma, the pitch compared to Thursday's strip is looking a lot better than it was then. The bounce seems a lot more true, and it's coming onto the bat a lot nicer. So the Warriors probably should be aiming a little bit higher than you would normally in Maritzburg. The strip they used on Thursday is to the left of screen. As you can see, Wayne Parnell's stats there, he's played a lot of cricket, as you can see, and he's got over 300 wickets in T20 cricket, which is no easy feat.
That's well played. As well played by De Villiers, just glided it down to third man for 1. I was about to say, looking at Wayne Parnell's field, he's got his mid off and mid on up. That tells us that he's going to be trying to hit a hard length, a length that you can't hit straight back over his head. De Villiers and Manak will be aware of that and will try to counter that plan.
It's interesting to see what Manak tries to and do here. He's just had a look at the field, so he'll sort of know what Wayne Parnell is going to try to do.
Wayne goes hard length again. Manak, as he's done many times in this innings, gives himself a bit of room, hits it straight to the sweeper. It's obviously a little bit more difficult to get boundaries outside of the power play, Ben. There's more fielders that are allowed outside the inner ring, outside the circle. So you have to be really intentional and precise in the way that you place and play the ball as a batsman. That's well bowled again by Wayne Parnell. Bowling that hard length that's difficult to hit straight back at him. I wonder if Manak will look to come down the wicket. He's been dancing around the whole innings. I wonder if he'll be looking to come down the wicket against Wayne Parnell. Make that length a little bit fuller so he can access straight. Or he'll be persistent with his plan of giving himself room. It's the latter.
Wayne Parnell started well. That ball was obviously a wide, but he's simply bowling to his field. He's an experienced campaigner, so he's not going to overcomplicate it. He set his cow deep mid-wicket, fine leg, and deep cover for a reason, and I think he's going to stick to that mode and let Manak make the play.
And drops in no man's land. This is really, really smart bowling by Wayne Parnell. Goes for the bouncer option that time around and gets the better of Manak. Unfortunately for the Dafabet Warriors, it drops in no man's land.
Yeah, I wonder if this pitch today has a little bit more bounce in it, Zoom. I don't know if that's why Wayne Parnell is opting with this field. Maybe he thinks the pitch is going to assist him. He's obviously seen something in the wicket to make him set this field.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. But also on the leg side, it's the longer boundary, the longer side. So Wayne will be very aware of that. He'll be trying to make the batsman hit to the longest side of the field, which is why he's opting for this short plan, or rather back of a length short ball plan. The really nice thing about the bouncer is that he got his height right. At that height, it's really difficult to control. The only way is up, really, there for the batter. And fortunately for Manak, it landed in no man's land. Very big finish here for Wayne Parnell.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. This ball, I think Manak's not holding back. Seems to want to score quickly and freely.
Really, really good bowling here from Wayne Parnell. And they decide against the two. That brings us to the end of the 8th over. And the score is 66-1.
Good start from Wayne Parnell. Zumi, you'll be interested to know that Mohammed Manak actually went to St. Stithians High School in Joburg. We obviously all know that St. Stithians have produced a few Proteas of late. And he actually captained St. Stithians' first team. And if you're the captains of St. Stithians' first team, that definitely signals that you can play a bit of cricket, because they've been an amazing cricket school.
The captain, Michael Erlang, decides to keep going with Marcelo Piet. The Dafabet Warriors really do find themselves in a strong position here, and both batters will want to be making the play. There's still a lot of batting in the shed, including the international Matthew Britzka. So I wouldn't be surprised if they look to up the ante a little bit earlier than usual, purely because of the batting that they still have to come.
Interesting here, Zuma. Marcelo Piet has decided to go with long off and long on. Ooh.
That's really well played there to deep square. Stopped, and they're looking to come back for 3. And they end up making it easily.
Is that hardest for Yun out there? Yeah, he looks to be in quite severe pain. The physio is out to have a look. Hardest is not one to make a fuss if it's not too painful, so it must have been really sore. For Tuskers' sake, they will hope it's nothing serious. Hardest is obviously a very important bowler for them, and he started today really well.
Hardest Falloon is a really hard man. It's not a good sign if he goes down in that manner. He will certainly be wanting to carry on. He's a man that wears his heart on his sleeve. And he'll certainly want to carry on.
While there's a bit of a pause out there, Zuma, how impressed have you been with Mohamed Manak today? He's 33 of 21. He's looked really good. Sort of his strategy today is to try hit the ball over cover and give himself a bit of room.
Yeah, very nice, particularly facing experienced campaigners. You can fall into the trap of being in your shell and giving off too much respect. He's decided to go the route of being proactive and really backing his game and game plans, and it's really paid off for him here today. He will certainly continue that because it's worked really nicely for him.
As you can see on screen, Hardest for Yun's bowled 2 overs today, only going for 13 runs at 6.5. So it would be a big loss if he weren't able to carry on. Fortunately, Tuskers do have a few other guys, Zuma, that can bowl if needed. Sean Gilson can bowl a bit of part-time off-spin, and so can the captain, Mikey.
Yeah, that does not look good for Hardest Falloon. We're all hoping that it is a positive outcome, but from the images that we're seeing on the screen, it certainly doesn't look good for the Tuskers. As we see there, Manak giving himself room again. Marcelo Piet following him. Gained some good ground. Looks like the ankle that is twisted there, Ben. As he tried to stop the ball, that looked really painful.
Yeah, I always think with an injury, the more people around them, the worse it is often. And you'll know, Zoom, as you're a fast bowler, an ankle injury isn't the easiest thing to get over.
Yeah, there are certain injuries that are going to be very hard to get over, and ankle is one of them. We're hoping, though, that in for Hardest's sake and for the Tuskers' sake, it's not that serious for Hardest Falloon. You need your ankle as a fast bowler. You put 7 to 8 times your body weight through that ankle, so it needs to be nice and strong.
This is a good start by Warriors. And what's impressed me, Zoom, about the Warriors start is it hasn't been sort of hacking and hoiking. It's been good cricket shots, particularly Manak. You can also think of De Villiers playing that extra cover drive earlier. It's been sensible cricket, but at the same time positive and the right amount of aggression. Well, it looks like Hardest for Yun is still down, and we are going to carry on without him, sadly. That'll be a big loss for Tuskers. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Marcelo Piet carries on with his long off out. That tells us that he's going to be looking to bowl that slightly fuller length, maybe outside off stump. Another wide down the leg side for this bowling lineup.
What's quite frightening for the Tuskers, Zoom, is, you think, oh, let's get a wicket and build a bit of pressure, but you might be sending in a proper international cricketer in Britzka.
Oh, that's going to be close. He goes for the Shire.
I reckon that was gone.
Just misses. There could have been an error in judgment there by De Villiers. Certainly no one there, but somehow they managed to squeeze it through.
Yeah, I think he was gone for all money there, Zuma. I don't think that was the most sensible option, but they got away with it. Let's see what Manak tries to do here. He might try look to give himself room, as it is going to be a fuller length.
Manak trying to access the gap behind short fine leg.
Quite good thinking, Zuma. He obviously sees fine legs up, and he sort of knows where Manak's going to be trying to bowl. And it might be a good option for him. Could be a strength.
Marcelo wants to be slightly fuller than that, particularly with third man and fine leg up. That's a better length by Marcelo, and that's a great effort to try catch it off his own bowling. Always difficult to take a catch after you've just bowled, because all your momentum is going forward, and all of a sudden you have to move to the side or even dive forward. Great effort, an athletic effort by the big man.
Also, I mean, how can he expect that to go there when he's playing a lap? It was good reactions from Marcelo, Pete. It hit the toe of Manak's bat.
I think that's a better ball. Ben, with the field that he has, I think that's the type of length he needs to be bowling, and line straight to his long off. He'll want to be finishing this over nice and well, and keep it to as minimum as possible.
Yeah, and let's see what Manak tries to do. He's definitely doesn't die wondering, Manak. He has a plan and he commits to it. So it's always entertaining.
That's well bowled. They're going to be looking for two. Picked up cleanly. Good throw back to the bowler. Only keeps it to one. Really good fielding at long on. Which brings us to the end of the 9th over. And the score is 74 for 1.
Zuma 74 for 1 after 9. What do you think the Warriors should be aiming for from here? They've got laying a good foundation to go hard at the end. Do you think they should now potentially look to aim it slightly higher than they might have originally been?
Yes, when Andy was in commentary a little bit earlier, we thought 150 was going to be a good score, but with where the Dafabet Warriors find themselves now, 74 for 1, with still 11 overs to go, they'll certainly be looking over that mark. They normally say that at the 12 over mark, whatever the score is, you look to double the score. They're already on 74, and there's still 3 overs to go till that 12 over mark. So at the moment, if there's no wicket to fall, the Dafabet Warriors are lined up to get a really big score here.
It's actually very well bowled from Wayne Parnell. You saw Manak again giving himself room and just chucked it wider outside his hitting arc.
There's no substitute for experience. You certainly cannot buy it from the supermarket. At times when batters give themselves room, maybe just pitch the ball further away from them and make it really difficult for them to be able to access it, which is exactly what Wayne Parnell has done on that occasion. Nice and fine, and it goes for 4. A little bit of silence in the commentary, wondering if it was going to go straight to the fielder, but the ball turned out to be much finer than where the fielder was, and in one bounce, it goes for 1 bounce for 4.
If the people at home could see us, Zuma, they would have seen us gazing over the railing here, trying to see if it was going to be down third man's throat, but it was actually quite far away from him. It was actually well played in the end.
Yeah, it's really well played in the end. You can understand what Wayne Parnell is trying to do. Perhaps on that occasion, just a little bit too much room with that ball that it was looking to bowl. Now that is a cracking cricket shot. Over mid-off's left shoulder, 1 bounce for 4. Really, really, really good strike there from Manak. A strike of dominance.
Manak again giving himself room, and I think Parnell had a similar idea to the ball of the first over, trying to chuck a little bit wider, and maybe potentially that's actually what Manak wants, because it's the fuller length and that's his strength. Be interesting to see what Parnell does here.
I think that's where the slight error was. And we did speak a little bit earlier that for them, or for the batsmen to be able to access over mid, off and mid on the ball, need to be slightly fuller. So Wayne Mid slightly full on that occasion, and Manak equal to the task again. This time beats Mid-on's left shoulder straight for 4. Exquisite cricket shot, a great display of good hitting here by Manak at the Pietermaritzburg Oval. Really putting his team in a great position to get a big score in this innings.
Again, giving himself room. He seems to like doing that. And this time Wayne Parnell followed him, and even when he followed him, he managed to get it over Mid-on's head. Really good time with the ball, Manak. These are good cricket shots.
Scampers for 1 and gets it. Manak is really putting the bowlers under pressure. He is dictating what's happening out there in the middle, which is a good space to be in. I think the wonderful thing about Manak as well, a lot of errors that a batsman can make is that when they give themselves room and they are followed by the bowler, they tend to just tickle it to the leg side and get off strike. In Manak's case, even when you do follow him, he's still looking for that boundary because he finds himself in a good, strong position.
Ooh, misfield from deep cover. They'll get 2. That's not good from the Tuskers.
That brings us halfway through the first innings. 10 overs and the score is 89 for 1. I'm going to leave you now in commentary as Andy comes back to sit with Ben.
Thank you. Thank you, Deezer. Hello, Ben.
How's it, Andy?
Mohamed Manak looking good, isn't he? 48 off 29.
I've been really impressed by him today, actually, Andy. They've been really good cricket shots, and taking apart Wayne Parnell in an over is not an easy thing to do. Manak can clearly play, and it actually runs in his family. His dad's played over 50 first-class games, so he does get it from somewhere.
Yeah, I can remember the Manaks playing for Transvaal as they were then in the 1990s. Pair of brothers. Oh, that's missed everything. And it's probably going to go all the way for 4. It's a long, long chase down to the boundary, and it's an unavailing one, and that will be buys. And Tando Zuma will be a little bit disappointed by that, even though it was a tough one. It rolled, and it was past leg stump.
Well, Andy, when it's your day, it's certainly your day. It seems to be Manak's day. He's 2 away from a 50. And he doesn't look to hold back, Manak, does he? He's should have been aggressive from the outset.
That should be the 50. He's found the gap, and it is going to be another boundary. That's a beautiful stroke to bring him up to his 50. It's come off just 31 deliveries.
That's an excellent cricket shot to get to 50 from Manak. Again, giving himself room, allowing to free his hands over that extra cover area.
Just picked his spot, didn't he? Man on the cover boundary, man at long off, and hit it between the 2. They'll push for 2 here. It's not going to be there. That's a good piece of fielding in the deep. And Dile Mokhakane, good pace to the ball. That's what you want from your boundary riders.
That's well worked from De Villiers. Clearly maybe seeing that Manak striking it pretty well, Andy. Doesn't mind giving him back the strike. Be interesting to see a compilation of Manak's strikes and boundaries today. I think most of them would come from that extra cover area and giving himself room.
Low full toss. Gilson comes in to do the filling. Haven't seen Gilson with ball in hand yet today, which is unusual.
either, unfortunately, we've made a mistake or they have made a mistake, Andy. But either way, he does have a 50 now.
Yeah, I have to tell you that the scoreboard at the ground has lost power. And that is a chance, and I've always put it down. Mokakane, having praised him for getting so quickly to the ball, he did the same there and got two hands on it, but couldn't hang on there. End of the over, so that's 11 gone. The 100 comes up, and it is 101 for 1.
That would have been an excellent catch, Andy. Got there. I thought he actually got there quite well. I actually think he looked in control and then it just slipped out.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. He actually had it in both hands there, and I think he lost it as he hit the ground.
Well, this is a really good score and foundation for the Warriors, and pretty frightening that you've got the prospect of Matthew Britzka coming in later. If you're sort of the coach, you kind of want to say, don't be frightened to get on with it. We have got Britzka in the dugout.
Matthew de Villiers, the captain, is in rich form. He got 61 against Western Province, 74 against the Titans, and 49 off 39 against the Lions in the T20 competition. He also got 50 here for the Dafabet Warriors in the 4-day game, finished in a draw here at the Maritzburg Oval.
Laylock is into the attack. I think they might be using his bowling as Hardest is probably not going to come back.
He's beaten the bottom edge there, I fancy. Yeah, I saw Hardest go down, and initially I thought it had hit him on the shin, and it was one of those that is very painful, but you'll get over it quickly. But now I worry that he's actually done a muscle of some sort.
Yeah, and if it did just hit him on the shin, we all know Hardest would come back relatively soon, so it must be something quite serious. It's a really unfortunate loss for Tuskers.
And he did make a noise, which we all heard. That's a top edge, and that'll be 4.
I'm not quite sure what the thinking there was from Chad Laylock. He knows he doesn't have a fine leg, and to still bowl that bouncer at de Villiers' body probably wasn't the smartest idea. De Villiers just had to get anything on it and it was going to fly over.
Yeah, Chad Laycock is known for bowling a heavy ball, and he has got a good bouncer. But he probably walking back thinking, well, he's got a top edge there, so it wasn't the worst delivery, but it cost 4. In the air and safe and 4. Mikey Erlang at one stage I think was interested in the catch there, but it flashed past him at backward point.
As the old adage goes, and if you're going to flash hard. De Villiers certainly did that.
Mid-powerplay Tuskers are staring down the barrel of a big chase here. 105 for 1, and we're in the 12th over. 200 is on the horizon here with 9 wickets in hand, and a long way in advance of the 150 that I tentatively suggested at the beginning of the innings.
Yeah, Andy, and you're doing the sensible thing. Normally, people know the Maritzburg Oval. It's never an easy place to get a big score. But Warriors have batted really well today, and the pitch does look a better strip than we saw on Thursday. It looks to have more pace, and it's coming onto the bat a lot nicer. I think Warriors with 9 wickets to go and Britzka in the dugout are going to look to go hard.
And that's an example of that. That'll be not 4. Well done by Genge. Down on the 3rd man boundary there. He recognised the fact that he had to tiptoe around that boundary rope, and he did well.
Laylock slipping in his bowling stride there. Yeah, and as you said, de Villiers has been in magnificent form. I think he's very lucky to have that surname. Probably a bit of a good luck charm, because we all know a certain de Villiers that can play a little bit of cricket.
Yeah. Held that one back to Chad Laycock, well bowled.
And I've been reminded that Matthew de Villiers has the same shirt number as AB de Villiers, so there's no coincidence there, I don't think.
Was AB a number 17? Ah.
I wonder if he did that on purpose, Andy. A good luck charm.
Anything that works for you, that's the thing.
I do miss watching AB de Villiers bat, Andy. I mean, he was, thinking of the memories of watching him bat. There was no one else like him.
So Nelson on the board, 111 for 1. Too short. There's a man there, and he takes the catch. Put one down in the previous over, but this time Mokakane making no mistake. And Sean Whitehead making the breakthrough. That's a very important wicket. Manaka's gone for 54 off 32.
I think Sean Whitehead will agree, Andy, that he got away with one there. Half tracker found down Cow's throat.
So Nelson has done its job. Picked up the wicket.
Well played by Manak. That's a really good innings from him. Really put his team in a good position, and he sort of stuck to his guns, stuck to his strengths, and now he's given a good foundation for. It is indeed Matthew Britzka coming to the crease. Frightening times, Andy, for Tuskers.
Partnership of 94 has been broken. That's what the Tuskers will be thinking. And now, if they can pick up another wicket, maybe have two new players at the crease, they're back in the contest a little bit.
Breski's had a fabulous year, Andy, with the Proteas.
Yeah, both at international level and at provincial level.
He's really kicked on. I mean, he's hit that age. I think he's 26 now. And for most athletes, that's hitting into your peak, and that certainly happened for Britzka. He's really kicked off this year.
He's only played nine ODIs, and he's got 450s and a century. So Whitehead to the new man, well bowled.
It's a good length from Whitehead. You sense an airiness in the air, Andy. Britzka coming to the crease, a little bit of tension.
That's well bowled. Saw him move and followed him, but Britzka's off the mark with that. It's well played. Talking of in the air, it's noticeably less clammy than it was at the beginning of the innings. It's freshening up nicely here, and this is turning into a very good batting pitch. So there's absolutely no reason why the Tuskers can't chase a big score.
That's good cricket from de Villiers. Yes, and we actually have a little bit of a crowd today. There's a few people on the banks enjoying themselves. There was rain predicted for most of the day, but it seemed to stay away. And how cool for them to rock up to PNB Oval and get to see a few international players.
And it'll take their minds off what's going on in the Eden Gardens Test match, where South Africa are toiling at 93 for 7 at stumps on the second day. And that's a lead of 63 with only 3 wickets in hand in their second innings.
Must be a turning wicket, Andy.
It is indeed. But Temba Bavuma is the last hope. He's 25 not out. That's in the air. This is a chance. It is over the head of Sean Gilson for 6. What a good strike.
What a lovely shot from de Villiers. He hit that really cleanly. That came out of the screws. Didn't try overhit it, just timed it really nicely. And this is again an indication how good the pitch is, Andy. Not turning. He just hit straight through the line of the ball over Gilson's head.
So wicket falling in the over, but 9 runs came off it. And we've got a bowling change. The captain is bringing himself on. It's actually one of the things that, I don't want to be hypercritical, but I feel that Moothee Tuskers don't use their resources as well as they might. Mikey Erlank is a really good off-spinner in both 4-day and 1-day cricket. And he seems very reluctant to bowl himself.
That's funny, Andy. Some captains choose to either bowl themselves a lot or probably not enough.
They're going to push for 2 here. Yeah, that's good running.
I mean, you look at captains around the world. Ben Stokes can't help himself. Bowl himself into
an early grave.
Yeah.
Made it into a full toss, but couldn't get it past Parnell at short extra.
Interesting to see how Britzka plays this, whether he gets into 5th gear quickly or looks to knock it around for a bit.
It should just be 1 down to Mokakani in front of the pavilion. And KZN supporters will be hoping that they're going to see a bit of Matthew Britzka in the SA20 this year, playing for the Durban Super Giants.
Looking forward to that, Andy.
Starts on Boxing Day at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead. That's a good hit. There's a man there, and I think wisely decided that the catch wasn't on and just made sure that he took it on the bounce.
De Villiers makes his way to 48, 2 away from a 50. He's had an amazing campaign. That's well worked from Britzka. He's looking for the 2nd. That's really good running. Britzka, Andy, between the wickets and as a fielder is like lightning.
Well, we are told that he's going to keep wicket today. I'll be interested to see whether that actually materialises, but the regular keeper, Jean Duplessis, is not playing. And the other man who could of course fulfill that position is Kashile, but I think he's not playing either.
I think, Andy, I believe he's on the SAA tour, I'm not sure.
Yes, well reminded. Absolutely, that is where he is.
Speaking of the SA20, Andy, there's a few players here, not just Britzka today, that will be on expedition in the SA20. Wayne Parnell is one of them. And then the King brothers, of course, have been picked up by Sunrisers Eastern Cape. So both of them will be playing for Warriors and for Sunrise Eastern Cape, which is quite convenient for them.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about them when we see them later. But 2 young men in rich form at the moment.
Interesting to see Wayne Parnell's field. He seems to be sticking with the mid-on and mid-off. So his length should be slightly back of a length.
And this is a very important time in the innings now. 126 for 2. Things could get out of hand with 6 overs to go, but a couple of wickets and the Tuskers are right back in this. A slower ball bouncer, and that will take De Villiers to 49.
He's looked impressive again, and he's really sort of taken the headlines of this tournament. It's a good time for Wayne Parnell to come back into the attack. A lot of experience. He's bowled the depth a lot. He'll know what he's doing. But I shall warn him, and you'll probably know, Britzka loves a pull shot. So those fans in the crowd on the leg side should watch out.
So this is Parnell's 3rd over, and it's come in 3 spells. Oh, there it is, and there's the 6, and you rightly warned them about it. It's gone into the car park, very nearly hit the covers.
What was impressive about that, Andy, is it's flat. That's how much power it had. It just kept going and going and going.
Happy to say that it missed the ambulance, which is down there. Last game on Thursday, somebody's car got smacked.
Wayne Parnell's made a fielding change here, Andy. He's gotten with a long on, and third man has come up, so he might be trying to bowl that fuller length. I think that's a good idea, not bowling to Britzka's strings.
So he's got nobody saving one on the onside. They're all on the boundary, and that's gone through for 4. This is not good bowling.
Yeah, that was not good bowling, and I mean, he had no third man back, and it's a short and wide, and a player like Britzka's not going to miss out on that. Britzka will see this as an opportunity to get ready for the SA20. Big season for him. He's had a wonderful year, and if he can have a big SA20, they'll really cap the year off well for him.
Parnell's deciding to go round the wicket, which is probably a better line with all those leg side boundary riders. Oh, is that a drop? Or was that a bump ball? Bump ball.
Crowd catch, Andy.
Crowd drop. Here it is again. Yeah, smashed it in.
Care about the field on the boundary. That's not going to bother him much. Question the tactics.
And this time he picks out the fielder on the cover boundary. They'll come back for 2. Oh, we've got an injury. He's gone down heavily as Chad Laycock on his left shoulder, and he's not at all well. Well, we've already seen Huddersfield Yun have to leave the field, and this might be another one. He did really well to get the ball back in, because I have a horrible suspicion he might have dislocated a shoulder here as he goes down. Ow.
I believe it's Shackleton on the boundary.
Oh, sorry, Shackleton, yes.
And that he looks in a lot of distress, actually, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're correct, Andy. That doesn't look good at all.
Let's watch it again here. He's fallen heavily on it, and he knew straight away what he had done. He actually had time before he picked the ball up to signal to the pavilion, I need you.
Andy, I'm going to leave you guys, and Zuma will take over again for the last 5 overs.
Thank you, Ben. So not a great over that from Wayne Parnell. It went for 17. Score's gone to 143. So, Deezer, at the beginning of that over, I said this game's on the edge. A couple of wickets for the Tuskers, they're back in it, but it could go.
From the experienced campaigner, bowling to the international, Matthew Britzka. Matthew Britzka just seems to get himself into very beautiful positions, and then he seems to have a lot of time to play his shot.
In some ways, a late developer. He's 27 now, and was always spoken about when he was at Grey High as the next great South African batter. It's just took a little while to establish himself in first-class cricket, but he's there now.
And I think it's a concept that maybe some youngsters are watching. It's okay. It's really okay to develop a little bit later on in your career. Take the time to put in the graft, put in the hard yards, develop your game, so that when you do get the opportunity, you're nice and ready for it.
There's a lovely moment happening over the oval. A fork-tailed kite is being attacked by 2 small birds. Oh, put him down. Mikey Erlang looking for the caught and bowled there. It came back at an awkward height.
Always difficult taking catches off your own bowling because of the momentum. A really difficult chance there for Mikey Erlang. Almost crossed, but those ones just need to stick, Andy.
This time he gives it some air, and that's a beautiful stroke. Through extra cover for 4. and that will bring up a half century for Matthew de Villiers of just 36 deliveries.
He's played a beautiful innings here, Andy. That's an exquisite cricket shot through extra cover for 4. There just seems to be no answers here for Inland with great batting that's on display by the Dafabet Warriors. De Villiers, great innings.
Oh, that's beautifully fielded this time by Erlang. That had 4 written all over it, and just put a hand on it and it stopped dead. Oh, he's very nearly given it away there. Got away with it.
Just looking at the score, Andy, I think the Dafabet Warriors will be disappointed at this point if they don't reach the 200 I almost said 200 rand mark. Money is on my mind, Andy. The last weekend I just went to go pay some lobola.
Oh dear!
So there were a couple of 200 rand notes that came out of there.
So you're going to need to visit my farm and look at some cattle.
Please give me the best stock that you have.
I got some nice Bonsamara wieners.
Some Bonsamara wieners for a beautiful lady.
Must be a good girl.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a good shot. Picks up 1 down to long on. Just seems to have timed it straight from the beginning of his innings, Britzka. That's the end of the over. 149 for 2, 4 overs remaining. And actually not a bad over that from Mikey Erlang, just 6 from it.
Yeah, that's a really good over by Mikey Erlang, particularly considering the context of the game and where it is. The skipper has taken the initiative to take the ball himself, and he's done a good job here for his team as Pamanya Ngenge comes back into the attack.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that Mikey has got his bowling resources right in this game. He hasn't bowled Sean Gilson at all. Yet it seems to me that Erlang's off spin is causing perhaps as much problems as anybody. And he's bowled a number of seamers, 5 of them, when he could have been bowling the off spin of Gilson, which is not the worst off spin, let me tell you. So this is Ngenge back in the attack. Oh, that's an enormous hit. That's gone way, way over the pavilion. In fact, it's caught the very top of the south turret. Made a resounding bang, which you probably heard.
I think they even heard it in Durban there, and it hit it very, really hard. Stand and deliver by Matthew Britzka. You can just see he's a man filled with confidence. Backs everything that he's doing at the moment, and he struck that sweetly for a huge 6.
Well, he's heading for a very rapid half century. He's got 30 off 15 balls, and nearly all of them have been with the pull shot. And there shows that he can hit one through extra as well, this time just for 1.
Really good display of batting here by Matthew Britzka. Often, Andy, when players like him go all the way to play the highest level of cricket in any sport, really, we tend to speak a lot about their skill, their talent, and we forget to speak about the human beings that they are. Matthew Britzka is a lovely human being, wonderful man.
Oh, that's gone a long way up in the air. Yours. Gilson is underneath it and takes the catch. Beautifully done. Ngenge has made the breakthrough. De Villiers has gone for 54 off 39 deliveries and has played really well. 156 for 3.
Pamanya Ngenge brings the end to what has been a wonderful innings by De Villiers. The ball went really high in the air and was a wonderful take at long on.
So that's 2 balls into the 16th over. The partnership was 45. And I'm just checking my notes there. 45 in 3 overs.
Yeah, there was a very rapid partnership between the two. And yes, De Villiers will be disappointed he's gone out, but he's played a wonderful role in this innings for the Dafabet Warriors. He can go into the change room feeling really proud of himself.
and absolutely crucial for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. That they've at least got an end to bowl at. JP King is the new man, and he's another man in rich form. Made 76 not out against the Titans 2 weeks ago, and 56 not out of 26 balls against the Lions. 3 4s, 5 6s. Facing his first ball and slams it down the ground for 1.
I'm a real big fan of JP King, Andy. I was fortunate enough to be at the Northwest Dragons. He had just come out of varsity, starting his way in and out of the team. But even at that time, you could see that there's something special about this kid. He then made the move to the Warriors, and look what he's done with his career so far. Really, really good cricket player is JP King.
Oh, well, that is an extraordinary stroke. It might yet be a no ball. It is. It's a no ball for height. Britzka's gone down on one knee. He's got one that could have hit him between the eyes, and he's middled it past the tree for 4.
That is so well controlled. How he was able to get it there, Andy, I have absolutely no clue, with such composure as well.
When I saw where the ball was going, I thought, oh dear, ambulance. And instead, just the reaction time there, extraordinary. So it's a no ball. This is a free hit, and that's going to be 4.
I tell you, Andy, that's really a harsh shot by Manyang. I don't think that was the worst ball. But Matthew Britzka just managed to tickle it. Down for 4, beating short fine leg on his right. Executed his length almost perfectly there by Manyang, but unfortunately he's bowling to a man who's walking on confidence, who managed to get a little slight inside edge onto it.
In the air, and oh, Parnell takes it leaping high, and that is the end of a spectacular, albeit brief, innings from Matthew Britzka. 35 off 17. It's 162 for 4.
You just get bowlers, Andy, who just know how to take wickets. They have a knack of taking wickets. But Manyang falls into that category, not having the best of days with the ball, but somehow just manages to snatch wickets every now and again, with the help of a great catch, great take by Wayne Parnell, sitting on the ring at extra cover. Matthew Britzka just tried to give himself a little bit of room to access the offside. Didn't get the connection that he was hoping for. And a great catch by the experienced campaigner.
So that might just bring this total back 10 or 20 runs. But man coming out now also very capable of hitting the long ball. Patrick Creer, 30-year-old from Kimberley.
Patrick Kruger, a wonderful hitter of a cricket ball. He has immense power. And on top of that power, you add a bit of timing as well. He becomes very destructive when he gets going, Patrick Kruger. Started his trade in the Northern Cape. Then made his debut for the VKB Knights at the time.
That's gone a mile in the air. There's a man under it. Marcelo Pete has taken the catch. Suddenly the Tuskers have picked up 3 wickets in the space of 1 over.
We did mention slightly earlier, Andy, that the Dafabet Warriors will be disappointed if they don't reach the 200 mark. I keep saying the 200 rand. A little bit of PTSD there, Andy, but the Dafabet Warriors will be disappointed with how they're finishing this innings. They're bringing the Moothee Ram Tuskers straight back into this game. Skipper calleth the man, and he delivered.
Well, they've gone from 156 for 2 to 166 for 5. So that's a really good comeback by the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Now, I think this is the other King brother. Yep, this is CJ King. He's the younger brother. He's 21. Facing Erlang. Oh, very nearly gave it away first ball there. Didn't know much about that.
This might have the feel of a bit of garden cricket. Yeah, Andy, I'm sure that's where it would have started for them. Now they're doing it at the highest domestic level. Must be a special moment for the family.
Oh, the King brothers actually did something remarkable this season in the 4-day game, where JP got his maiden first class 100 and CJ got his maiden first class 5-fer, both in the same game, 4-day game against the Dolphins.
A day they won't forget.
Yep. Patrick Kruger off the mark, and they won't have two there. So vital time now for the side in the field. They've bought a ticket to the lottery by picking up those 3 wickets. Now they've got to go for the jugular. They can't allow the Warriors to just escape and get in excess of 200. That's down the throat of Long On. There's another one. That's 4 wickets down in the space of 12 runs now.
Whoa, whoa, wickets in clusters. Yeah, Andy. The Warriors certainly won't be proud of how they've finished this innings or how they're going to finish this innings. A couple of soft wickets down the throats of fielders and in the exact positions. Perhaps they would have wanted to finish the innings a little bit stronger than they have so far. However, the Moothee Ram Tuskers will be certainly happy with striking so consistently towards the end of the innings, as that will definitely bring down the total amount of runs come at the 20th over.
Yeah, so Patrick Kruger has come out amidst carnage. And the very last thing that we were expecting, Thomas Carber has come out to join him.
Thomas Carber also very handy with the bat. The left arm Chinaman. Real good player, wears his heart on his sleeve as well. He'll certainly want to be ending this innings on a strong note, take a bit of momentum into their bowling innings.
Well, what a good over that was from Mikey Erlang. 168 for 6 now with 2 overs remaining. Yeah, I mentioned Thomas Carber, no mug with the bat, got 50 here in the 4-day game and dug them out of all sorts of trouble. On the opening day, it was overcast and moist, and the ball was going all over the place. And he came in at number 7 and got 50 not out. So these two have got to rebuild it. Look at the carnage on your screens there. We were thinking well in excess of 200. That's probably not on now. Looking for the Yorker this time was Nyenge, and they will come back for 2. It's gone for 4. Don't tell me you've got another injury. Oh dear.
Oh, no.
They're going down like flies. I think that's the skipper. Yeah, it is. It's Erlang. And it's gone for 4 because there's now a white line around the tree. So we have a look at that again. It wasn't a bad delivery. Erlang gets there and then does a face plant. He's all right.
This
You
seems
can
to
take
be
it on the chin.
That's a good one, Andy.
Vaughan van Jaarsveld was with us on Thursday, and he was saying he's played in several games here where people have run headlong into that tree because they've just been watching the ball. That's in the air. This is another chance. Parnell is underneath it. Shouldn't drop it. Doesn't. And Patrick Kruger is the next man to go. Well, what a clatter of wickets we're seeing here. 172 for 7 now. And let me just consult. They were 156 for 2. So they've actually lost 5 for 16.
Yeah, it's been really unfortunate for the Dafabet Warriors here, Andy, as Bamanya Ngqengqa gets his 4th wicket of the innings. He'll be really happy about that. Inland really finishing off this innings nice and strong. They'll want to take this momentum into their batting innings. They've certainly scaved off comfortably 50 runs off the score with the wickets that they've gotten here in clusters, Andy.
Yeah, the carnage began halfway through the 16th, through the 17th over, and we're now 18.2 overs. So I'd have to get the scorers to tell me what's happened in that sequence of balls, but there haven't been terribly many runs scored, and lots of wickets have fallen. And now we're into the tail. Oh, starts with a good bouncer. Yeah, it's not given wide, even though it's a little bit leg side.
Can be very slippery at times, Bamanya Ngqengqa.
So there are 9 balls left in the innings. Sorry, there are 8 balls left in the innings. And the Warriors, who were confidently looking at 200, maybe 210, 215, now probably 185. Probably the best they can manage. Yeah, Ngqengqa has to field off his own bowling. You've got to do that in one-day cricket when you get these ridiculous fields where there's nobody within hailing distance of you.
Oh, absolutely. You got to help yourself. It's becoming more and more difficult as a bowler these days in cricket. So whatever assistance you can give towards yourself, do that.
So it's a Piwe Mnyanda who got that single. He's now at the non-striker's end. Thomas Kaba facing his second ball. Oh, that's a really good bouncer.
Some really good energy on the ball here by Manye. We spoke about him being a skiddy character. When skiddy characters bowl bounces, it can be really difficult to navigate as batsmen. That was very well directed by Manye Ngqengqa. A lot of bees happening there.
Last ball of his spell. He's currently got 4 for 40.
Oh, slow ball.
He's going to finish with 4 for 41. Well bowled.
Yeah, Bamanya, when it comes to his economy, won't be happy about that. Particularly up front, he was getting a little bit of shape on the ball. You'll feel that he could have maximized it a little bit more. But if there's a column where there's no substitute when it comes to happiness, it's the wickets column, and he managed to get 4 in this inning. So he'll walk away a little bit better with 4 wickets in his pocket.
Right, who gets the short straw? The skipper's given it to himself to bowl the last over. Now, this is going to be fascinating. Where is he going to stick everybody? First ball goes for 1. Just looking at those fuller wickets, it was 17 for 1 and then a partnership of 94 for the second wicket before Manik was out for a really good half century. That was 111 for 2. And then Matthew de Villiers and Matthew Britzka were going great guns. And de Villiers got out at 156 for 3. It was then 166 for 4 and 166 for 5, 168 for 6, 172 for 7. So it just goes to show, as you said earlier in commentary, that the best way to stop the run rate is to get wickets. Now, chance of 2 here. He's just bunted it into an unoccupied corner. Ziad Abrahams comes off the boundary, but he can't stop the 2.
That's really well weighted by Mnyanda. If you hit those too hard, they get to the field too quickly, therefore you won't be able to come back for 2. That time, just soft hands, placed it nicely, and was able to come back for 2.
Oh, and that's a good shot. They tell me that at Graham College, Apiwa Mnyanda batted 3 on merit.
From the couple of balls that I've seen, and I can believe that.
Good closing over this from Mikey Erlang. Can he close it out? 3 balls left in the innings. And there's a dot ball, well bowled.
Dot ball in the final over, as good as a wicket.
I think we've got a good game of cricket boiling up here. Two dot balls in a row. Last ball coming up.
This is a really good bowling from Michael Erlang. He'll want to be finishing it off strong.
And he's going to come back for 2 here. Mnyanda is going to the danger end. Oh, it's just beaten the keeper. It squatted when it hit the square. And they've come back for 3. They're looking for the run out. Oh, dear. Now, how important might that be? Oh, they're looking for 4. Oh, there was a little bit of village cricket going on off the very last ball of the innings there. They've got 2 overthrows and they've finished on 181 for 7. So 7 runs off the final over, 182 to win. What do you reckon, Deezer?
A comedy of errors there at the end, Andy. But look, I think Inland, surprisingly, might be the team that walks off the field a little bit happier than what the Dafabet Warriors would be. At a stage, it looked like the Warriors are going to get well over 200, up until the loss of wickets that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Andy, which has brought the Moothee Ram Tuskers back into the game. They'll be knowing that when they come out to play or come out to bat, that power play is going to be really, really crucial for them to get off to a strong start, to give themselves the best chance of walking out victors in this game.
So there it is, 181 for 7, 182 to win for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. We'll be back shortly.
patrons, so please note that it's a non-smoking stadium. Please refrain from smoking in the stands and the grass embankments. There are designated areas for smoking. Food and beverage kiosks are available in the stadium. So if you are looking for something to drink or eat, please make your way to the kiosk.
Welcome back to the Pietermaritzburg Oval. We are just past the halfway mark in this CSA T20 contest between the Moothee Tuskers and the Dafabet Warriors. The Warriors putting up a good score of 181 for 7. So 182 to win for the Moothee Tuskers. But when I say a good score, probably 20 or even 30 runs short of where they will feel they should have been. Because at one stage they were 156 for 2. They collapsed to 172 for 7, losing 5 for 16 in 11 deliveries. Ben Jarvis is alongside me. We're going to see Chad Laycock facing the first ball for the Tuskers. Kerwin Mungrew will open the bowling.
Yeah, Andy, I'm looking forward to this. I think Tuskers are really looking to put in a complete batting performance. It would really help them in terms of a morale point, and it's a must-win for them, of course. I'm looking forward to how they go about this. The pitch is still in good condition, so they've no complaints in that department. Kerwin Mungrew will be opening from the doozy end.
Bowled really well here in the 4-day game and asked lots of questions. Here he goes. And straight away there's shape. They're actually calling for LBW there. They're going to come back for 2, and that will be runs. I don't know why Kerwin Mungrew. No, I'm wrong. It is leg byes. Well, it sounded very woody to me.
Wow, Andy, there's actually a lot of shape there. I think we both got quite a surprise how much it was moving away from the right-hander. And you can see that in the field. They've got a slip, short third, deep point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. So they're clearly targeting that area.
Oh, that's a good shout. It's possibly missing off because it did have that much shape on it. But it's hooping.
Yeah, and you can often tell what they're trying to do with the field. And when you see a 6-3 split, so 6 on the offside and 3 on the leg side, there's no allusion to what Mungrew is going to try to do. He'll try shape it away from the right-hander and bring that slip into play. This will be an intriguing contest, and Tuskers have to get off to a good start.
Mungrew knows this ground well, played a couple of seasons for KZN Inland. That'll be a wide. Oh, they're calling for caught behind, and the umpire said absolutely not. That is a wide. Matthew Britzka is keeping wicket. We were told he was going to, and confirmation of that.
I think Britzka, for a second there, would have been almost about to signal for going upstairs and then probably forgot that he's not playing for the Proteas.
I must say, I didn't hear anything. Oh, this time I'm surprised they didn't go up more full-throated there. I fancy there might have been a nick on that one.
He's bowling really well, Andy, isn't he? This is a great start from Kerwin. Every legal delivery has been really challenging, and he's doing exactly what the captain ordered. And we talk about that game, Andy, that 4-day comp. What impressed us both was just his consistency and his workman-like attitude.
He's got wickets in the 20-over contest as well. 3 for 26 against Western Province, 3 for 24 against the Titans. So he's in a bit of form, is Mungrew. That'll be a single for Laycock to get off strike. I'm just slightly surprised with the amount that the ball is swinging that they haven't got a slip in place.
Yeah, and it was interesting. At the start of the over they did, and then they moved him out. I can't understand why either. I think that he might be, is it Patrick Kruger might be walking back to slip?
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's for Andile Mokokane, who is taking strike at the other end. Man in his second stint with the Tuskers. 25-year-old, went to Northwood. Didn't bowl today.
Rich history in cricket, Northwood.
The Sean Pollock Oval.
No need more to be said.
And I think Kesh Maharaj has got something named after him there as well.
One of my favourite off spinners in the world, Kesh.
Oh, he's got hold of that. There's a man there. It's over his head. It's 6. Wow, what a way to get off the mark.
That was a really fabulous shot, and he hardly hit that. He just flew off the bat.
Well, and that turns a good over for the bowling side into a good over for the batting side. 10 off it.
Really good balance from Andile.
Target is 182, now 172 with 19 overs remaining. Patrick Kruger has gone into slip. Third man and fine leg are up inside the circle, as has become the norm. And we've got the square fielders on the boundary in the power play.
So I think CJ will look to do the same as Mangru, take it away from the right-hander, hence the slip and the 6-3 split in the field.
CJ King. Oh, good shot. That might go for 4. It will indeed. Wow. Well, what a start to the innings this is for the Moothee Tuskers.
Again, an indication of how good the pitch still is, Andy. That was a really good shot. It looked to be played on the up. It's really good from Laycock.
He's had to fight for a place in the side as Chad Laycock this year. Has had very few chances. But, maybe today is his day. In the air and safe, and that'll be a single to deep backward square. Ooh, they were thinking about 2 there. Don't think it was a wise call. And Andile Mokokane sending Laycock back. Difficult man to stop coming because he's like a battleship.
That on drive from Laycock was really impressive, Andy. A lot of coaches would say how to tell if a batsman can play is a straight classical on drive.
Oh, that's gone a long, long way in the air. Man under it should take this, and that's the end of Andile Mokokane. Disappointing. Madiri Lateko taking the catch in the outfield, and CJ King has the breakthrough.
That is not the start Tuskers wanted, losing an early wicket. Could have hit it anywhere else.
6 and out.
Andile will be really disappointed with himself.
Yeah, I think the 6 he hit in the previous over was downwind. This was into the wind, and that's probably made the difference.
Sean Gilson makes his way to the crease. That's exactly the start Warriors would have wanted.
Yeah, and the start that the Tuskers did not want. They were 21 for 4, remember, on Thursday, losing a wicket in each of the first 4 power play overs. So they really don't want that, and particularly chasing a big total here, 182 to win. Gilson making his mark. Aggressive left-hander. Tall, hits it hard.
You can see he's got quite a good, impressive record, Andy. He played a lovely knock against the Dolphins the other day. I didn't quite know Sean had the ability to click into fifth gear, but that day, I think he was 12 off 19, and then he suddenly flipped the switch and he hit it to all parts. And one would have thought, if no one had idea of any of the SA20 squads, that he would be playing in it, the way he was batting.
So King going round the wicket straight away to the left-hander.
Nice to have a left-right-hand combination for Tuskers. It's the worst as a fielding team when the left-hander comes in. And every ball you have to keep changing the field, so it'll be ideal for the Tuskers, especially in the power play.
Oh, that's very well fielded. He saved at least a couple of runs there.
I suspect, Andy, with Sean's ability to click into fifth gear, as we've seen against the Dolphins, he might look to assess the wicket, assess conditions, and play himself in. He knows he can launch potentially a little bit later.
Yeah, I think if they're going to chase down a big score, somebody's got to make a big score, an individual big score. You can't rely on 20s and 30s to win you a game like this. That's well fielded. End of the second over, a successful one. 15 for 1, 5 runs and a wicket.
Not to keep delving into it, Andy, but I really think Warriors will be kicking themselves having that collapse at the end. It's chasing 180 compared to 200, 220 is a completely different game. And I think Tuskers' batting hasn't been unbelievable this season, but 180, you sense they have a lot more realistic chance. And Warriors definitely don't want to be regretting that later on.
So Mungrew will bowl his second from the doozy end. Bowling to Chad Laycock. Oh well, it's short third man, making sure that that's a dot ball.
Yeah, Andy, I'm in agreement with you what you're saying last over. I mean, they had a slip for Ndile, but they haven't for Laycock. I would be tempted to put a slip in there now. They got another wicket that really put pressure on the Tuskers. And the ball is really shaping away.
Yeah, maybe move third man a bit finer and bring short third man into that slip position. But at 20 over cricket for you, you don't want to over-attack at any stage because of how quickly the game can get away from you. And what the Dafabet Warriors will be looking up front is to create scoreboard pressure, just to try and stop the Tuskers getting away in the power play, knowing that once they've done that, it's going to be really difficult for them to stay on top of the run rate required. That's a great shot. Just flicked it away for 4 with a bottom hand. Wow. The man on the square leg boundary didn't have far to go there.
That was really impressive, and he just timed it superbly. The minute he hit it, you knew it was 4.
Good job he didn't miss it. It was straight in front of middle.
I wonder if Laycock plays hockey. That was a bit of a hockey shot. Hockey wrists.
That's one of the skills of the game that you have to learn. Next ball, you put that either side of Patrick Kruger, and it's 1, possibly 2. You hit it straight at him. It's a dot ball. And you begin to start feeling claustrophobic again.
The little details, Andy, yeah. So interesting. Warriors have dropped mid on to long on, and they've put deep point up. So this would suggest it'll be a fuller ball from Mangru.
Could be a double bluff. Oh, powered away. That is sounded like 4 off the bat, but picked out the fielder inside the ring. That was Manak, who made a very good half century earlier in that score of 181 for 7. Manak made 54 off 34 with 9 boundaries, and Matthew de Villiers put on 94 with him for the second wicket. De Villiers making 54 as well off 40. 6 fours and a 6, and then the other main scorer was Matthew Britzka. Oh, they've gone for one this time. Laycock was a little slow getting out of the blocks. Good job it wasn't a direct hit. End of the over though, and they took 6 from it, so 21 for 1.
Ended up being quite a good over from Mangru. Interesting why they dropped the long on, brought deep point up, and then the next ball they changed it. Maybe it was something they had discussed. Maybe, as you said, Andy, just trying to get into the batsman's head. We won't fully ever know. We are quite close to Kevin Mangru where we are. We could maybe shout what he was thinking, but I don't think that would be appropriate.
You couldn't hear us over the music anyway. CJ King.
That's good running from Laycock. I think our viewers at home.
Yes, are you coming to my property? Hold on a minute. Sorry, yes, you need to come to my property, don't you? No!
Andy is going to have a very short break. I'm joined again by Zuma. Zuma, what do you make of the start from the Tuskers, and for that matter of the Warriors?
Yeah, quite well balanced at the moment. I think it could go either way out of the power play. To be honest, I've been impressed with CJ King. I think he's been hitting great lines, great lengths as he gets a wicket. Sean Gilson was going for the cut shot there, slashed hard at the ball, so hard that it actually carried all the way to short third man. Beautiful take at short third man, and CJ King gets his second wicket of the innings. I was about to say he's been really consistent in his lines, been consistent in his lengths, he's been probing along, and he gets his reward.
It's quite an interesting way to go out. I find CJ King definitely deserved his wicket, but quite unlucky, unfortunate way to go out, Zuma. That's on another day they would have flown past short third for 4.
I spoke about it being in the balance a little bit, but it's certainly tilting towards the Warriors. We'll remember that with the bat they had a really powerful power play. They only lost 1 wicket for 48 runs. They've already struck twice here in the power play, so they're certainly on the front foot now, moving on with this game. As we see Michael Elank, the skipper of the Moothee Ram Tuskers, walk onto the pitch. He will certainly be looking to play a captain's innings. Michael Elank, also a much better player than what those numbers will show on screen. He has a incredible ability to time a cricket ball, plays it nice and late, very strong through the offside, Michael Elank, and will be looking to build his innings.
That's a good ball from CJ King. That's a good way to start bowling to a new batsman. Olank will of course be a little bit nervous. Zuma, that's been the story of the Tuskers season so far, is that losing those early wickets, and what they really need Olank to do is build a bit of a foundation now.
We spoke about Elank being strong through the offside, given a slight bit of room there by CJ King, and he slapped it through the covers for 4. That's an exquisite cricket shot by Michael Elank, which is only his 3rd ball or his 2nd ball that he's faced, and has managed to put it through the covers for 4.
That's a seriously impressive shot because it actually wasn't too full from CJ King. It was played on the up from Erlang. Always a good sign of a good player.
Almost identical shot this time, a little bit finer, so straight to deep point. And only gets the one, which brings us to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 26 for 2.
That's good to see, Zuma. Players doing their duties, signing autographs for kids. Every kid will remember that moment when their favorite player signed their bat or hat or whatever it may be. Wesley Badger's in the attack. Bit of an interesting story. He actually, for a long time, only played club cricket in Cape Town before he got a professional contract.
Yeah, Wesley's still quite young in his career. But looking at those numbers, which are really, really good, he has started off well, and he will want to continue that. He's into a nice situation here with the mother ram Tuskers, a little bit on the back foot. Beautiful time to bowl.
That's well bowled by Wesley. Making use of this pitch. I mean, it's played quite true throughout the day. It's certainly coming onto the bat, and it's a good length to hit.
Seems to have good weight behind the ball. Slow ball that time around, as Michael Erlang is able to squeeze it away for 1 run, bringing Justin Laycock on strike. Really good over so far by Wesley.
Zuma, we're about to see the benefits of a left-hand, right-hand combination. You'll suddenly see all the fielders running around. It's the worst. As a bowler, Zuma, you probably know.
Yeah, makes it hard to settle. Splice of the bat, squeezes it for 1 again. Really, really impressed by Wesley so far. Running in hard, hitting the deck, hitting the splice of the bat. Nice and consistent on that back of the length area, which is a length that's really difficult to hit as a batsman. Those numbers now make sense as to why he has them. Really, really beautiful display of bowling in the T20 format by Wesley as he looks to finish his over strong. Tucks Michael Erlang up, flicks it off his hip for 1 straight to deep square.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive over from Wesley. He's hit his length really well. And he's got that sort of skiddy pace. As a batsman, it's quite tricky to face.
It's real unfortunate there from the keeper as it chases down. Really good work on the boundary to certainly save 2 runs for his team. Strong finish to the over by Wesley with a lovely slow ball that did the batter on all ends. Which brings us to the end of the 5th over and the score being 31 for 2.
I think CJ King's going to get another one. Zuma, he deserves it. It's bowled really well in the power play. It's not easy to bowl in the power play. Of course, there's only 2 men allowed on the boundary. And so far he's gone for 2 for 11 after 2.
It's the last over of the power play for our new viewers or listeners or newcomers to cricket. In the power play, you only allowed a maximum of 2 fielders outside the inner ring for the first 6 overs in a T20 game, which means this over is the last over of the power play for CJ King. The Moothee Ram Tuskers will try to capitalize on the last over of this power play. As I sort my tongue out with these tongue twisters. Wow, ball by CJ King, good length. Oh, that's a great effort at mid-on. Testament to how difficult it is when to hit a back of a length delivery. Mikey Elan couldn't get underneath it and almost gave his wicket away as the ball hung in the air for quite some time, but ended up landing safely.
Yeah, Zuma, I was going to actually allude to that fact that you said back of a length. I think that's what impressed me a lot about the Warriors in this power play already. Finds cover. It's just that they've definitely assessed conditions, assessed the pitch, and sort of learned from the Tuskers' mistake. I think the Tuskers bowled a lot fuller length to begin with, and Warriors have realised to drag their length back is a definitely a better way to go about it.
And just slightly less errors from the Dafabet Warriors at the moment. If you remember the Moothee Ram Tuskers, when they were bowling, they made the error on the offside. They gave away a little bit too much room. The Dafabet Warriors bowlers have been nice and tight and have made it really difficult for the Tuskers to score off their lines and lengths. Really, really good, relentless bowling by the Dafabet Warriors.
And the fielding's been quite sharp as well. You think of that catch against Gilson. Really good ground fielding. They're all awake. They all want to win.
There just seems to be nowhere to go at the moment with the execution of the bowling. Really, really good from CJ King. Impressive from the young man.
It's that length, Zuma. You can't really do anything with that unless you sort of dance down or you make room like Manak did. You know, you kind of have to make a play. That length is just too hard to try score any sort of boundaries off.
Absolutely, you have to be a little bit proactive. You can't let the bowler just bowl at you. It's one of the nice things as a bowler, as we see that back foot drive straight through the covers for 4. Wonderful shot there by Justin Laycock.
That was a cricket shot. Wow, really satisfying to watch it. As soon as it hit the bat, you knew he timed it well. It sounded like a gunshot go off.
He just waits for the ball, comes close to him, lets the hands go, and the ball races away to the boundary. Beating cover to his left. Really, really good cricket shot by Justin Laycock to end off the power play. 36 for 2. The Moothee Ram Tuskers find themselves.
You would have just seen in that picture some kids playing soccer. Unfortunately, there is no Premier League this weekend. That's good to see, Zuma. A bit of a crowd. Every young kid remembers coming to the cricket, playing soccer or playing cricket, eating nice food.
Pietermaritzburg comes into the attack straight after the power play. And he gets a wicket first ball, sends leg stump out the ground. What a start to his spell up Pietermaritzburg. Takes out the captain, Michael Erlang. Goes for 8. Michael Erlang would have hoped to get a little bit more, play a captain's innings, but Pietermaritzburg thought otherwise. Great start to his innings.
I have to say, Zuma, not to be ultra critical, but I don't think that was a good shot. Sort of a nothing shot, playing across the line to a ball that's going on leg stump and to a new bowler as well. Didn't want to just have a look at the new bowler.
That's what good relentless bowling does. Ben, it makes the batters play strokes that are a little bit out of character. Aphiwe Mnyanda will get all the credit for that wicket, but you have to think of someone like CJ King, who put all the pressure in the power play to force batters to try play such shots. Really, really, really good bowling, really good start by Aphiwe Mnyanda to his spell. As he brings Ntando Yenkosi Zoom Msholo Zindot enamakanda mabi.
Still young. Ntando. I think he went to St. Charles, I believe. Not long ago. He has a big opportunity here to stake a claim and play big innings for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a little bit surprised that there's no slip in play here for Aphiwe Mnyanda. Dafabet Warriors certainly on top of the game. They would be wanting to strike as often as possible, but let's see how it pans out. Oh, this is a great start by Aphiwe Mnyanda. 2 balls on the money. Nowhere to go for the batters. Absolutely beautiful to witness.
And of course, he'll know a few people in the crowd. Really good opportunity for the local boy to entertain the city that he's grown up in.
Really good bowling by Aphiwe. I think he's bowled well enough to just bring his deep mid wicket up. Try squeeze the new batsmen. They've opened up a window of opportunity here. The Dafabet Warriors that want to capitalize on that. And as I say that, deep mid wicket comes in to stop the one.
I think they're reading your brain, Zuma. I think they heard you up here.
Oh, opportunity scampered for one, and they make it through for one quite safely in the end.
And it was the exact feel you're talking about. So they've opted to go now with a fine leg, deep square, deep cover.
And to the in batter who's now settled, they've decided to send deep mid wicket back to the boundary to protect what has been a wonderful over. With still 3 balls remaining for Aphiwe Mnyanda. Gives a bit of room that time around, but he's got some insurance on the offside boundary. Takes care of him, only goes for 1.
I wonder if they'll bring that deep mid wicket up again. Doesn't look like they're going to.
I think this time around, Ben, they're going to keep him out just to protect the over. It's been really good. The last thing you need now is a boundary. So they'd rather give him 1, and it also keeps him on strike for the next over. So they wouldn't mind a single at this point. And exactly that happens. Really good over by Aphiwe Mnyanda as it comes to an end. That is the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they probably want. New batsmen to be on strike. It's quite a stretch now, Zuma. They have 36 after 7. It's an uphill battle from here, and they've already lost 3 wickets. And the situation's crying out for someone two batsmen to form a partnership. And even if the required rate at the last 5 overs is 13, 14, 15, at least they give themselves a chance.
$39 for 3 after 7 overs. A lot of work to do here for the Moothee Tuskers. They need to get going here. The local boy is going to need to play a splendid innings here to give his team a chance at victory. And that will help. 5 wides to start off his spell, Mohamed Manak.
Maybe they just think the way Manak played today, he'll carry that confidence into his bowling, but hasn't started well.
Yeah, certainly not the start that Manak would have wanted. Also really difficult for someone like a Matthew Britzka, who doesn't keep as often anymore. Finds himself on the outfield. He won't be too happy with his bowler there as well. That's much better from Manak as it's driven straight down the ground to long off by Ungamalala, which is one of the clan names for Zuma.
He's definitely got a few fans in the crowd.
Couple of Guijos in the stands. There's a great cricket shot by Laycock. Sweep, nice and fine, beating deep, square to his right, well placed by Laycock, and it's safe to say they're going to need more of that if they still want to win this game.
And you have to say, not the greatest delivery either. Straying down the pads, and Laycock puts it away. Quicker delivery.
It's good control. They're going to be looking for two, running hard between the wickets, and it's only one. This might just be the partnership that is needed here, Ben. Really, really crucial. They'll identify the importance of it and try and maximize it as much as possible. They cannot afford to lose another wicket here, the Moothee Ram Tuskers. That's really well placed by Zuma. They're coming back for the second. They take the second and they make it back nice and safely. Really good running between the wickets by Zuma.
That's really good running, Zuma. Yeah, and maybe the over they needed. I mean, then maybe they just needed an over where it goes for, so far it's gone for 13. Maybe just to give them a bit of momentum to build a nice partnership.
Gives himself room, hits it straight to long on, rotates the strike. And as much as boundaries is what's going to do the job here, Ben, it's very critical to ensure that you're not facing too many balls. As a batsman, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. And when the bad ball does come, and here and there you're going to have to create and take the calculated risk to score the boundary. It makes your job much easier as he hits that straight to long off 4-1 again to bring the end of the 8th over. The score is now 53 for 3. 54 for 3, my apologies.
Yeah, and it is going to be an uphill battle from here for the Tuskers. I mean, they have lost 3 wickets, but the required rate they need is only 10.7, Zuma, so they don't actually have to panic too much. If they go take it to the last 5, needing 13, 14, that's not impossible. We've seen funnier things in T20 cricket, and they've got the likes of Wayne Parnell still to come who can hit a long ball.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben, but they'll definitely not want that run rate to go too far away from what they need it to be. They often say that when you're building an innings, you don't want to be more than 2 behind the chasing run rate, as we see a no ball by Mnyanda. Doesn't start off his second over as well as he started off his first. Just gives an opportunity for the Moothee Ram Tuskers to get back into the game. If you're going to make such silly errors, they do tend to happen though from time to time. Let's see what the young man has in his arsenal to take care of this free hit.
For the no ball, they've got a deep square, cow, long on, and they decided to bring up fine leg. They can change the field, of course, because they did rotate strike.
Really well bowled there by Pietermaritzburg. The silly error that he made the previous ball has caused no damage. The field did kind of give it away that it was going to take pace off the ball. Perhaps not expected by Zuma. If Inland are to chase the score, they're going to have to make good use of such opportunities. Well played. Looking for two. They're coming back for two. It's going to be close. And he makes it safely in the end. Zuma seems to be a good runner between the wickets.
I was about to say, dasher. That was really quick. I think Laycock's got his afternoon workout potentially coming. He's going to bat with Zuma for a long time.
Quite the support in the stands for Zuma, the local boy. As I said before, a couple of Guijos. It's an incredible cricket shot by Zuma. 1 bounce 4 straight over mid-on's head. That's the type of positivity that's going to be required by the Moothee Ram Tuskers to take them over the line. Sweet strike by Ongamalala. He's going to need more of that. He's coming with a positive attitude. He's running well between the wickets. And as soon as the bowlers missed on the fuller side, he's been equal to the task. Beautiful cricket shot over mid-on for 4.
And I must say, that's probably the loudest the crowd's been all day. They were really up for that. He's definitely a popular local boy.
Hello Zumalo, hello Zumalo, esimazi you, is what the crowd will be singing.
Umpire does not call a wide, so there was a change in the field before that delivery. Mid-on's gone to long on, and third man has come up. Suggests that it might be a fuller length.
It's a good bouncer, good response by Pietermaritzburg. Of course, if you're going to be hit straight over your head, or sort of, it's never nice for the ego as a fast bowler, and responds as a typical fast bowler. Comes down the wicket again, this time with a bit of room, hits it straight to sweeper, coming for 2, and because of the pressure, the ball goes for 4. Misfield by the fielder there at the offside boundary. Really good stuff here from Nkosi Zuma, putting some pressure on the Dafabet Warriors bowlers and creating something for his team.
As you said, the pressure of his running got to the fielder, and that's exactly why I went for. It was really good running from Zuma, and hence 4 runs added to his name.
Pitching outside, leg bias coming back for 2 again. Zuma is showing a great display of running between the wickets. He keeps stealing these 2s, which will come in really handy come the end of the day, or the end of the game rather, and that brings the end to the 9th over. Score is 68 for 3.
And it's really nice to see a local ball playing at his local ground, and there's actually a lot of noise and support for him. Everyone here will be hoping he takes Tuskers to a position where they could potentially win this game.
We can hear the crowd loud and clearly. Hilo Zumalo, esimasiyo, abagaze bambona. The young man will have to do this good work for much longer if he is to do something about this game. As we see Thomas Carber come into the attack.
Of course, represents MR Cape Town in the SA20. He's played with some of the best international cricketers in the world, so you'll be used to this sort of situation.
Good handed extra cover, certainly saves 3 runs for his team, and they only get a single. Thomas Carber, when he's on song, can be a real difficult character to deal with. He's got all the tricks in the book, all the balls that a Chinaman can possibly bowl. So when he gets it right, he can run through lineups like a hot knife through butter. I've seen him deliver some really special spells for some of the teams that he's represented. They're going to be running hard again. It's Laycock this time looking to come back for 2, and he decides not. And they just keep it to 1.
Kaba has opted to go with a deep square, cow, long on, long off, and a deep point.
It's a really well bowled there by Thomas Kaba. This partnership has gone up to 34 between Laycock and Zuma. I recall the Warriors being at 74 after 9 overs in the first innings. Moothee Ram Tuskers not too far off that mark as well.
Have you played against Kaba, Zuma?
Again?
Kaba?
Oh yes, I've played against Kaba. We actually went to the same National Academy as well in 2017, so I know him quite well. That's how I got to see some of the spells that he bowled. Really, really good player, Thomas. With ball and bat in hand. Went on to apply straight for the Eastern Cape Inyati as well for a short stint, and now he finds himself with the Dafabet Warriors.
And he's had a really impressive over. Only 2 from it, 1 to come.
It's really good bowling here from Thomas Kaba as he brings the end of the 10th over. Halfway through the second innings, score 70 for 3.
I will take a break for the next 5 overs and leave you in the very capable hands of Andy Capistano.
Ben says capable hands. Andy, capable hands, experienced hands.
What do you reckon, Dees? At halfway, 70 for 3. At the same stage, 88 for 1 was the Warriors' score.
Although the Moothee Ram Tuskers are starting to build up a bit of a partnership, they're still well behind the game at this current stage.
They need a couple of big overs, don't they?
Absolutely.
This is Thomas Bedger back in the attack.
That's well bowled.
Oops, Laycock was bull watching.
Moothee Ram Tuskers.
I think I called him Thomas Wesley Bedger. 28-year-old medium pacers. Came into the first class game relatively late, 26 years old. He's got that little jump in the middle of his... oh, what a shot that is from Chad Laycock. You know, when he plays shots like that, you wonder why you haven't heard about him more often, because he really does hit the ball hard.
That's a cracking shot, Andy. Got to the boundary really, really quickly. Timed it off the bat. Powered it off the bat, really. Real good timing by Justin Laycock.
Now, can they turn this into the big over? 5 off 2.
That's a good response. Good response there by Wesley. Right in the block hole. They managed to get 1 off that.
It looked like it had a bit of a tail on it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw the same thing there, Andy. Will definitely come in handy for the fast bowlers. Bit of reverse.
It's quite dark out there. If this was a 4-day game, I think the umpires would be taking the players off. Oh, that's well struck. There is a man there, and it's particularly well fielded. Kept down to 1.
That's really well fielded on the boundary, I think, there by Thomas Kaba, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it is he.
Bowls left-handed, throws right-handed.
He's amphibious, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one I can think of is Senyurin Mutusami, who also plays for the Dafabet Warriors.
Yeah. Which way round does he play golf?
Not sure.
Slower ball bouncer. Oh, he's coming back for 2, and they will get there. This is a very interesting partnership, isn't it? Because Laycock is the QE2, got a very large turning circle, whereas Zuma is that troublesome flea that's just up and down, up and down, up and down.
They're going to have a very kind conversation in the change room. Justin Laycock, rather, is not going to be on the happier side.
You don't have to run if you hit it for 4s and 6s, Chad. Oh, that's beautifully struck. It's gone through the legs, and they'll pick up 1. It's a misfield, but you can understand why. He hit that out of the middle. So, not the big over there that they were looking for, but they got 10 off it. Nothing wrong with that. It's 80 for 3 off 11. This means they need 102 off 9.
Yeah, they're going to have to get the move on here, the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Particularly with players like Wayne Parnell still in the wings. They don't want to leave it too late.
And that's when you want someone like Parnell coming in. Not like on Thursday when he came in at 21 for 4. Yeah. And he's got to try and play a long innings. You want him coming in when you need 10 and over for the last 5.
Absolutely, Andy. We know how dangerous Wayne Parnell can be. I can particularly remember a season where he was opening the batting for Western Province and he was doing really, really well for them, hitting big 6s.
I think this is the key spell now. Thomas Carber is into his 2nd over, and he is a really tough character to get away. He's gone for 2 off 7 balls. Oh, they're calling for stumped, not out is the call.
It's a beautiful take by the international Matthew Britzka. Thomas Carber seems to be bowling it slightly quickly in the air, but with great control, making it difficult.
And that was the wrong one.
That was absolutely the wrong one.
Went over the top of off.
Not read by Chad Laycock.
Well, you don't see much of this, do you? At any level of the game, you don't see a lot of left arm leg spin. Just 1.
And as many batters do when they don't pick it up, they go straight to the sweep.
So, Chinaman and Googlies. You know why it's called a Chinaman?
I'm about to get a history lesson. It's never a commentary stint with Andy without a history lesson.
West Indian left arm leg spin bowler called Ellis Achong, who had a Chinese background, and he bowled against the touring England side in the 1930s, and there was a gentleman playing for England called Patsy Hendren who scored over 100 first-class centuries for Middlesex. Somebody asked him, how did he get out? He said, some damn Chinaman got me out. And from that moment on, it's been Chinaman and Googlies.
Class in session.
This is the slow turning of the tourniquet, because they just can't read Carber. Yeah. They can't line him up. And having taken 10 off the previous over, they've just got 2 off this, and this is the last ball.
Absolutely, and it undoes, or undoes rather, the previous over that was bowled.
Should get 2 here. He's bunted it into a big gap. But only 4 off the over, and now they are behind the 8 ball. So 98 needed off the last 8. It's getting tough.
A bit of a steep hill for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. They are going to have to get the move on.
Well, it's 12 and over. It's just over 12 and over. They do have 7 wickets in hand. been a good season in the 20-over competition for Zuma. He's made runs down the order, and they pushed him up to open the batting, which was probably the wrong move. I don't think he's got the technique to open the batting, but number 5 might be a good spot for him.
Yeah, Zuma known to be a middle order batter. It becomes difficult when you get shafted straight to opening the batting. It's a different beast. So I agree with you, Andy. I think he's better suited in the middle order. As we see Cohen Mangru come back into the attack.
I'll tell you what Tando Zuma has got. He's got jam tart heart. He's a scrapper. Somebody you want on your side. They're going to come back for 2. That's good running by Chad Laycock coming to the danger end. That brings the partnership to 50. They came together at 36 for 3 in the 7th over. Well played. Yeah, good run.
I must say, Andy, their running between the wickets has been really, really good. They've shown some good intent. But unfortunately, if you're going to need 12s in an over, you need the assistance of boundaries. So looking for 1s and looking for 2s is not going to be enough.
Just put yourself in the shoes of Chad Laycock at the non-strikers end there. He knows it's coming.
Yeah.
He knows he's going to get out of the blocks. That'll be a wide. To an extent, Mungru's arguing with the umpire. You'll never win that argument. That he moved, therefore I followed him. It can't be a wide, but it was a wide.
Yeah. Cohen Mangru, we refer to him as Mangas. He's never short of a complaint. He's never short of words. He adds extreme value in the change room, Mangru.
Big lad, isn't he? 6'6". Oh, he bowled him, bottom edge, and that's the breakthrough that they were looking for. 88 for 4 now, and Laycock gone for 37 at a runner ball.
Mangru brought back on to strike, and he does exactly that for his captain. Really smart man in the way that he does his thing with the ball, and he's able to get the breakthrough there for his team. To really try hit the nail, or put the nail in the coffin for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Moothee Ram Tuskers, rather.
Well, he's disappointed because he built the platform, and I mentioned at the beginning of the innings that somebody's got to make a big score. 20s and 30s aren't going to do it for you, and he was the one. They wanted, if he could have batted through the innings, everybody can go wild at the other end. But now he's gone. I suppose Zuma will be the senior partner, but not when the man coming in is Wayne Parnell, who's played many years of international cricket. Just having a look at his stats: 56 T20 internationals, 73 ODIs.
Yeah, Wayne has certainly played a lot of cricket. He would have walked into such scenarios many times in his career. He'll be there to be able to guide a youngster like Zuma through his innings and give themselves the best chance of victory over here, although highly unlikely. But the hope will definitely still be there for the Moothee Ram Tuskers players, as we see Parnell's numbers there on screen.
It's only averaging 18.7, which is a surprise, isn't it? And the strike rate is not stellar either. Just 550s, but that's where he bats in the order. I mean, he's up at 6 here, but more often than not, you'll see him at 7 and 8. Starts nicely. That was out of the middle.
This will be a wonderful moment for Ntando Yenkosi Zuma to bat with someone like a Wayne Parnell. Again, lovely to have people of his caliber in the city of Pietermaritzburg, the city of choice, particularly for the locals like Ntando Yongozi to be able to feed off such experience is beautiful to witness, and I hope that they tap into his brain as much as possible to learn as much as possible.
There's a man there. Oh, he bails. Oh, that was interesting. I was really expecting Patrick Kruger to come in and try and make that catch, but he just stood back at the last minute.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a slight hack there from Ntando Yongozi. Patrick Kruger pulls up the handbrake and decides not to go chin first into the ground.
Oh, what does that come off? It wasn't the middle, but it's 4.
We will call that the helicopter. He's done an absolute 360 there, Wayne Parnell, and slapped the ball over extra cover for 4. I've never seen that cricket shot before.
Let's have a look at this. I don't know. What that's a forearm smash, isn't it? Parnell, incidentally, people won't have forgotten, got 25 off 5 balls against the Lions, 4 sixes.
Really dangerous operator, Wayne Parnell.
So end of the over, 94 for 4. So run rate required is over 12.5 now. I'm surprised that they've taken Thomas Carber off. I think there'll be a bit of a sigh of relief of the Tuskers. So Apiwa Mjanda has changed ends. He's coming on from the college end. In the air and safe. They will cross for 1. It's very dark out there now.
It is very dark, and I'm surprised the lights haven't come on.
I don't think they're allowed to turn them on.
Not.
Yeah. It's the reason that all of the Tuskers home games are being played as day games.
Yep.
That they don't have good enough lights to start a game in the evening. I am campaigning for the lights that have just been taken down at Kingsmead to come here, because these lights came from Kingsmead many years ago, and as we know, Kingsmead will be part of the 2027 50 over World Cup, and they are in the business of putting in LED lights right now.
The CEO there, Heinrich Stradum, has done an immaculate job at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Stadium. He's added immense value there.
That looked like a little leg spinner from Mjanda. Parnell gets down the other end. Yeah, Kingsmead's been given the honour of staging the first game in the SA20 this year, Boxing Day.
I will certainly be there. And it's set up to be a real good one on Boxing Day. People of Durban, if you're listening.
Oh, he's managed to get it through the bowler for 1. Now, fasten your seatbelts. Wayne Parnell has faced 3 balls. He's got himself in. He's looking around. He's wondering where the gaps are.
He has no other option but to absolutely go for it here, Andy. Let's see which shot he decides to take out of his bag.
Extra covers a big gap. Decides to just nudge it down to long on for 1. Zuma's coming back for 2. Parnell needs to get his skates on. He's all right. Ooh, I get worried when I see 36-year-olds taking those runs, and then he puts his hand down to the back of his thigh. We don't want hamstring strains.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Andy? We've seen a couple of niggles here today on this field. We wouldn't want to see another one.
He's got it away. That's 4. Good shot.
Yeah, slightly too straight there by Pietermaritzburg and just helped on its way by Wayne Parnell. We were a little bit surprised earlier on by taking off Thomas Carber, brought back the youngster to come into the attack. And unfortunately on that occasion, he's gone slightly too straight and quite easy for the experienced campaigner to help it on its way.
Yeah, I felt the same in the Dafabet Warriors innings, that they wanted pace on. They didn't want to have to make the pace against the spinners. So 9 off the over. This is the last ball. If this goes to the boundary, they're up with the rate. Slower ball, well bowled, and they'll just trot through for 1. So 10 off the over. Not what they were looking for, but close enough.
Yes, absolutely, Andy. That's a good finish to the over by Pietermaritzburg, bringing the end of the 14th over. And the Moothee Ram Tuskers find themselves 104 for 4 after 14.
Yep, there's the summary of what we've had today. Tuskers winning the toss, putting the Warriors in. 181 for 7 was an underperformance. At one stage we were thinking 210 was a possibility, but a brilliant comeback by the Tuskers in the final quarter. Saw 5 wickets fall for 16 runs, and they managed to peg them back, which is why they're still in this contest, although it's a tough road from here. And with that wide shot, you'll see what I'm talking about. It is dark out there. Oh, straight up in the air. Oh, it's over his head, is it? No! De Villiers takes the catch, and that is the end of Wayne Parnell.
That is an incredible catch by De Villiers. He made it look much easier than what it actually is. Going over his left shoulder, turned nice and open, kept his eyes on the ball the whole way through, and managed to take the catch quite comfortably in the end. Mistimed by Wayne Parnell, wide line by Wesley, and there's a beautiful take by De Villiers.
Yeah, so Parnell gone for 13 off 6, 104 for 5. There's still reasonable batting to come. And this is Marcelo Pitt, left-hander. Now, what was important about this catch was how quickly De Villiers summed it up and got on his bike, because it would have been very easy to stand there for half a second too long and then it's over your head.
Yes, absolutely, Andy. And if the ball is going to go over your shoulder, it's so important to ensure that you're turning the right shoulder to be able to keep your eyes on the ball. If De Villiers turned the wrong shoulder, he would have lost sight of the ball for a couple of seconds, which would have affected his judgment of the ball. But that time around, opened his right shoulder, kept his eyes on the ball, and made it look to be much easier than it actually was. Great technique, great display, great lesson for any youngsters that are watching out there.
So Marcelo Pitt coming in. The fact that he's coming in now means that I can tell you categorically that Hardisfield will take no further part in this game. He got injured while fielding, only bowled 2 overs, and he would be the man that the Tuskers wanted coming in now, the man who can hit the long ball consistently. And Pete comes in instead to face Bedger. Oh, and starts with a lovely little flick off his legs for 1.
Absolutely, Andy. And the way that this game is going, it seems as though the Moothee Ram Tuskers will be out of it. And with the value that Hardisfield has added in the longer format of the game, that's what they'll be thinking about. And try getting ready, certainly, for when that format returns.
Which will be February. It's the odd way that Cricket South Africa have structured the season over the last few years, where we play 2 blocks of 4-day cricket, one in October, November, and the other one in February, March. So everything around the festive season is 1-day cricket. Keep the kids happy.
Absolutely.
Zuma wants 2. Marcelo Pitt isn't the quickest. He's never going to make it back for that. It's good bowling this from Wesley Badger, getting it up in the strike zone.
Yeah, it's been really good, Wesley. He's hit some good lines, some good lengths. He's bowled some good slower balls. I think that's the advantage of making your debut at a later stage. By the time you make your debut, you really have a good idea of your game, a good idea of the skill sets that are required in the different stages of the game, and he's been really impressive here today. As he bowls another slower ball and the scampers for one.
If he'd picked up cleanly there, Zuma was in trouble. Marcelo Pitt did his best to run straight down the middle of the pitch. Get in the way. So Zuma's got himself to 27 off 24. He's played really well, but he doesn't really have the power to smash it to all parts.
If you're going to be chasing 180 plus runs, Andy, you're going to have to be striking at a much higher rate than that. He's looked good, he's tried his best, he's running well between the wickets, but perhaps just needs more assistance with boundaries in between all the good work.
Oh, again, no idea what that came off. Toe end of the bat, was it? They've scuttled through for one. Let's have a look at this. No, it's actually bottom edge onto the ground and up.
As you see that required run rate go all the way up to 14.1. Marcelo Pitt.
Last ball of the over. Oh, it's a glorious slower ball. Nearly didn't reach him at all. So there we go, 15 overs done, and Deezer will be leaving us. Thank you very much for everything today.
Thank you, Andy. Always a pleasure.
And
to
your
be with
wise
you in commentary.
words. That's that last ball. It's gone over the stumps. So Ben Jarvis comes in to join me. I mentioned right at the beginning of the game that it's the last chance saloon for the Tuskers, and I think the fat lady is clearing her throat.
How's it, Andy? Yeah, it doesn't look very hopeful for the Tuskers at the moment. And of course, they've got Thomas Cabba keeping bowling in the attack. And we all know how well he's done today.
Yeah, we couldn't understand why they took him off. He bowled two beautiful overs, and then they brought the seamer on, which travelled. So Cabba's going to be bowling to Zuma, who's got to try and find a few boundaries early in this over.
And as you were saying earlier, Andy, Zuma's actually played very well, but not quite being able to hit those long balls that is necessary in a situation like this.
Starts with a wrong 'un and then squeezed away for one.
I think where he would be useful in a situation like this is he seems like he's an expert in rotating strikes, so getting the big hitters on strike, he could be really useful towards the end. But I heard you talking earlier about No Hardis being able to come out and bat, which is really unfortunate because he is a really good player to come in a situation like this, as we saw against the Titans the other day.
Yeah, they did a Lazarus act there, didn't they, with Zuma. And they got close. In the air and gone. CJ King takes the catch. Marcelo Pitt has come and gone. And the Tuskers 109 for 6.
Yeah, that's a disappointing way for Marcelo Pitt to get out. I mean, he had to start looking to put pressure back on the Warriors because they are needing some heavy, big hitting shots. He looks disappointed with himself.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been a good day for him, has it? He didn't bowl terribly well. Didn't manage his full allotment. Bowled 2 overs for 19. And now he's gone for 2 off 3 deliveries. Sean Whitehead is next man in.
Sean Whitehead can bat. almost wonder, Andy, if it's sort of worth it. I mean, I don't know how bad Hardis's injury is, but sort of just him coming out and standing there like a golfer and giving it a whack. I don't know if that would be an option.
I think if it was closer, that they would think about it. Yeah, but I think in their heart of hearts, the Tuskers know this is gone, and maybe you don't want to compound the injury because you're going to need Hardis in the other competitions. Got the 50 over competition coming up, of course, after the SA20, and then 4-day cricket. And look at this, Sean Whitehead is taking strike with a slip. And we are in the 16th over of the innings.
Never too late for a slip, Andy.
Quite right.
And that sort of dictates or highlights the situation, doesn't it? Putting a slip in the 16th over.
He's gone for 8 runs off 16 balls. And that's a match-winning performance.
MI Cape Town will be watching this closely.
Oh, missed that one. There's something about Chinaman bowlers. When you see a good one, and Thomas Carver is a good one,
Awkward.
They
awkward.
give the fielding side something at any stage of the game.
Yeah, Andy, the word I use is awkward. It creates a unique angle that no other bowlers can really, not even a left-arm pacer can really, and it's sort of, I heard you talking earlier that there's not a lot of left-arm leggies left, sort of like a trade that's not as valued anymore.
I don't think that it's not valued. I just think it's a really, really difficult art. And it all starts at school. You've got to have a coach. You've got to have a school coach who will trust you and say, you've got this, my boy. Off you go. And then as they go through the ranks, they bowl a couple of full tosses and half trackers, and they get taken off, and they lose heart. Mungru to Zuma beats the outside edge. 3 runs came off that Thomas Carver over, incidentally. Yeah.
You can
Shamsi's coming to the end now, isn't he?
And Shamsi's a really good Chinaman. Yeah, and as you're saying, youngsters, I mean, coaches around there need to let spinners and particularly left-arm Chinamans give them a license to bowl bad balls and learn that way.
Yeah, it's just not happening. And part of the reason that he's missing, by the way, is it's very dark out there. And if this was a 4-day game, they would have been off an hour ago. And it's really difficult to pick the ball up for us in the commentary box. And we've got time to see it, which the batter has not got.
It's really unfortunate they can't use the lights. It would help in a situation like this.
Yeah, he's down to just bunting it now. Sean Whitehead's coming back for 2. That's well run.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like, as you're saying, Tuskers have a big chance of winning this game. I mean, it's almost dead and buried at this point. Warriors have bowled really well. But for you, this game, what's been the point of difference? What have Warriors done that Tuskers haven't, and where are Tuskers lacking?
Well, I think 2 men got 50 for the Warriors, and got 50 better than a run a ball in a 94-run partnership for the second wicket. And I think you take that out of the equation and you've got a much closer game. So what the Tuskers are missing is somebody in the top order who's getting big runs in the short format. In the long format, we've seen Malcolm Nofal getting 183, career best against the Dolphins in the 4-day game there. And we've seen a double century from Michael Erlang, but nobody's getting big runs in the 20 over contest.
And to add to that, I mean, from my point of view, also wickets in clusters. They always seem to lose wickets, you know, not spaced up between, fast space between them, and poor cricket shots.
Yeah, it becomes psychological, doesn't it? Do you trust yourself to play at this level, having been promoted from the second division to the first? That's gone a long way in the air. There is a man there, and Zuma goes. Really good catch out there on the long on boundary. And that is the end of Ntando Zuma. 33 at a run of ball, 115 for 7.
I think it was Patrick Kruger out there. And yeah, I'll be really interested to see how Zuma goes in the 50 over game. I think he'd be the perfect player to bat in the middle order of a 50 over game, knock it around and run hard between the wickets. He's a decent looking player, but just in a situation like this hasn't got all the skill sets necessary.
So in comes Bamanye Ngenge, who bowled really well, picked up 4. A little bit expensive, 4 for 41, but he was the man who brought the Tuskers back into the game with that cluster of wickets. And that's the end of Zuma. He knew as soon as he hit it, I haven't got enough on that.
Yeah, good change of pace of Curvemonger. He probably knows Zuma's not capable of hitting the long balls and rolled his fingers around it to try force Zuma to make his own power out of the shot. And Zuma just does not have that in his armory. Thomas Cabba is still in the attack. 1 for 9 after 3.
Starts with the Google. I always watch Carber and think to myself, what might have been. He's 33 years old now, and he's always looked a good player, but for whatever reason hasn't kicked on to perhaps play international cricket. Coming back for 2.
And he looks like he could play international cricket, doesn't he? From up here, I mean, you've seen a lot of cricket, Andy.
He bats as well.
Yeah.
You know?
And you've seen lots of cricket. It just looks like he could.
Yep.
As to why it hasn't happened, I don't know.
He's quick through the air, and that if you add pace to leg spin, be it left-handed or right-handed, it becomes an absolute lottery, even for good players.
Rashid Khan.
Yeah. Different gravy, Rashid Khan.
He almost bowls, the speedy bowls medium pace that spins, which is pretty much impossible to...
England had a guy called Doug Wright who played for 20 seasons for Kent. Didn't play too many test matches, but on his day, I've spoken to many people who played with and against him. On his day, first slip was catching the ball because he was a medium pacer, and if it hit and bit, the wicketkeeper had no chance. In the air, and good attempt. It's gone for 4.
For a second, I actually thought he got there, Andy. That was a really good attempt on the boundary. And a decent shot, to be fair.
Yeah, good shot from Ngenge.
I wonder if Thomas Cabba was the victim of Tabraiz Shamsi and Keshav Maharaj being so good for years. I don't know.
Sliced and gone. De Villiers takes the catch, and that is 8 wickets down.
And Cabba will finish for figures with 2 for 16.
Oh, they're going to shake hands because of the 2 injuries. Remember that Cameron Shackleton is injured. Well, that's it. They're shaking hands because Cameron Shackleton and Hardest Fillion both unable to come out to bat. So 1-2-7 for 8. It finishes off 18 overs exactly. So a little bit of an odd game with Tuskers winning the toss, putting the opposition in, and really good batting from the Warriors. Those half centuries from de Villiers and Manak at the top of the order, and then a very rapid 39 off 19 from Matthew Britzka. And although the Tuskers bowled their way back into the game with those 5 wickets for 16 runs off 11 balls, it always felt that 181 was probably a bit too many. And so it proved. 1-2-7 for 8, effectively all out, because 2 players not able to take. And I'm actually watching, while you look at the last wicket to fall, I'm watching Cameron Shackleton walking onto the field with his arm in a sling. And we think he dislocated his shoulder, and he clearly was unable to bat. And that, of course, made a big difference because he can score quickly. But Ben, unfortunately for the Tuskers, they've got a game left here next Saturday, but that's it. They can't qualify. But from the point of view of the Warriors, they've now got a chance of perhaps topping the log. If I look at that log, they are now top of it with 20 points, maybe 21. I must check for bonus points here.
Man, I think it could be a bonus point.
And if that's the case, then although they've now finished, they've played all their games. Bullen have got 2 games in hand on them, and they're on 17 points. But the Warriors now either on 20 or 21, and they're safe. They will be at the sharp end of the season. But for the Moothee Ram Tuskers, I'm afraid that's it.
Yeah, quite unfortunate and a bit sad, Andy. They've got 1 game left against Boerland on Saturday, next week Saturday, and we just hope from a local point of view they pull out a performance for the home crowd. It would be such a pity not to win a home game, and it's just been, fine margins in the first few games for Tuskers, and then it's kind of fallen apart towards the end. And I just thought Warriors had too much quality in their lineup today.
Yeah, and they may well go all the way this season. So there we go. Dafabet Warriors winning this game by 54 runs. Let me thank Ben Jarvis and Diza Zuma for joining me in commentary today. Thank you to our sterling cameramen, the scorers, and everybody involved in bringing this CSA T20 contest to you. Don't forget to check in regularly on YouTube and follow all of the top domestic cricket in South Africa. For now, though, with the skies darkening by the minute, it's good evening from the Pietermaritzburg Oval.